Good morning, Parag sir. Parag sir also had joined.
Good morning, Priyanka. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Parag sir.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, Parag sir.
Ma'am, can we start?
Parag sir, we are all set.
एकच मिनिट फक्त मी पीसी वरनं जॉईन होतो, मोबाईल वरनं जॉईन झालं. एकच मिनिट.
Sure, sir, sure.
Yes. Good morning. You can start.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, with us today, our speaker for the day, Satish Kumar sir, Jayashree ma'am and Somnath sir have also joined
Yeah, thank you.
for the inaugural function.
So, shall we start, ma'am?
Good morning.
Yes, yes. Priyanka, you can start.
A very good morning to Honorable Dr. Somnath Patil sir, Secretary Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society. Today's guest of honor, Dr. Parag Kalkar sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Mr. Satish Kumar, Assistant Director, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Today's another resource person, Dr. Jayashree ma'am, Dr. Meghna Bilare ma'am, Director and FDP Coordinator DYPIMR, Dr. Vishal Vadeskar sir, Associate Director DYPIMR, my all dear colleagues and all faculty participants. I, Dr. Priyanka Dhut, extend my warm welcome to AICTE ATAL sponsored 5 days online faculty development program on design thinking to nurture creativity and innovation leading to entrepreneurship at elementary level organized at DYPIMR. Now, we will have our traditional auspicious virtual lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. So I request all dignitaries to join for virtual lamp lighting ceremony.
या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा।
Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Management and Research is a premium institution of management and computer education in Pune, Maharashtra for more than 2 decades. DYPIMR functions under the well-known higher education brand of Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society, Pune, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chairman, Dr. P.D. Patil Sir, and Secretary, Dr. Somnath Patil Sir. Sorry for the technical problem. Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Management and Research offers MBA and MCA program which are affiliated to nationally renowned Savitribai Phule Pune University. Institute is accredited A grade by NAC and also accredited by NBA. It is also awarded as winner of Best College Award in 2019 by SPPU. With this brief introduction of our institute, now I would like to request Dr. Meghna Bilare, Director in charge, DYPIMR, who is having more than 15 years of teaching experience. Her areas of expertise are accounts and finance. She is the member of Board of Studies at SPPU. She has been the true inspiration and motivator for all of us at DYPIMR. Ma'am, now I request you for the welcome address.
Thank you, Priyanka. Good morning, Dr. Parag Kalkar sir, Satish Kumar
Ma'am,
sir.
you are not audible.
No, she is audible.
She is audible.
Good morning, Parag sir, Satish Kumar sir, Jaishi ma'am, and Honorable Secretary Dr. Somnath Patil sir, and all the participants from different part of India and varied streams. On behalf of Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute, I welcome you all to this FDP and express my sincere thanks to AICTE ATAL for sponsoring this FDP. Here I really want to wish to share with you all that under this FDP under entrepreneurship category is sponsored by AICTE ATAL in 2 levels, that is elementary and advanced. Advanced level right now we are conducting, and elementary is right now, and advanced will be conducted in the month of November. So it will be continuation back to back 2 FDPs in the same area. So in elementary level, we have focused on developing basic understanding among faculty to train and mentor the students to take up the entrepreneurship As in this pandemic, we all have witnessed upspring of many startups and innovations in the various sectors. So in elementary level, we have focused on basic aspects right from setting up of startup cell at the institution, introduction to the various schemes and grants of government with the vision of making Atmanirbhar Bharat. And to support all these, a lot of initiatives are taken up by AICTE as well as our university SPPU. So in these 5 days FDP, we have ensured that teachers are equipped with skills and values required for guiding and mentoring students toward entrepreneurial career. So as we all in teaching fraternity need to make our students think innovatively and take entrepreneurship and to understand the basic various models of business. So in this 5 days journey with us, definitely you all will have a lot of learnings as we have arranged the sessions from industry and academic experts. And as it said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So let's all be the contributors in making our students self-sufficient and independent. Once again, I thank all the participants for showing their interest in the FDP and express my sincere gratitude to Parag sir, Satish Kumar sir and Somnath Patil sir for gracing this inaugural session. Wish you all a very informative learning week ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Now, I take privilege to introduce a visionary leader, true source of inspiration, a mentor for all of us, Honorable Dr. Somnath Patil, sir, Secretary, Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society, Pune. Sir is Trustee and Secretary at Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapit and Unitech Societies. He is a member of Senate and Management Council of SPPU. Sir is having rich experience in education sector and agriculture research and innovation. He brought a revolutionary technical transformation at the institutions and innovation. Sir always motivates creativity and innovative research-based work. He believes to initiate change through dynamic education and wants to take his educational empire to other locations outside India. By having broader vision and idea, Sir has established DPU Foundation for Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship to build ecosystem of incubation in DPU campus by providing startup services and intellectual property facilitation services. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time. Now, I request Honorable Dr. Somnath Patil, sir, to virtually felicitate today's guest of honor, Dr. Parag Kalkar, sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, SPPU. Sir. Again, I request Honorable Dr. Somnath Patil, sir, to felicitate today's keynote speaker, Mr. Satish Kumar, Assistant Director, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Now, I request Dr. Meghna Bhilare, Director in Charge, DMR, to felicitate Honorable Dr. Somnath Patil, sir, Secretary, Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society, Pune. Thank you all. Today, we have with us Dr. Parag Kalkar, sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management. Sir is a member of Management Council, Academic Council, and a Senate member at Savitribai Phule, Pune University. He has been a professor and director at Sihagat Institute for several years. He has published more than 31 research papers in national and international research journals and also authored 14 books in his domain area. He is an executive board member of Association of Indian Management Schools and is associated with International Stress Management Association, India. He is a life member of AICTE, ICA, ISC, NIPM, NHRD, ISTD, IIMA Alumni Association. So, with these words, I request Parag sir to address the audience.
Very good morning to all of you, and thank you for the kind introduction. Honorable Dr. Somnath Patil, sir, Secretary, D.Y. Patil Unitech Society. Honorable Director, Dr. Meghna Bhilare, Madam. Dr. Vishal Vadadkar, the speaker for this session, Mr. Satish Kumarji, and the participants, faculty members who are attending this AICTE ATAL sponsored 5 days faculty development program on design thinking to nurture creativity, innovation, leading to entrepreneurship. I'm very happy to be a part of this inaugural session today morning. I think the new education policy and what Dr. Bilare madam was talking about and your DY Patil Institute is focusing on is creative entrepreneurship, focusing on innovation basically, and then making students think beyond their structured way of process. The education since last 6-7 decades has been seen a lot of changes, but the pandemic has suddenly brought few very important changes which we are noticing now. Lot of challenges are being posed by this pandemic and the post-pandemic situation where we need to rethink, revisit all our systems and process, including our including healthcare management, transportation, the way we conduct our higher education. I think we are all revisiting all these things. We have shifted from offline education to online education, and now we may be doing a blended education in days to come. So there are so many changes strategically coming, and I think that gives an opportunity for every one of us to have an innovation. I'm happy that the bouquet was shared online. I think this is the innovation or creativity, what we can call it in a simple way. So even it's not innovation in something sending satellite to moon, but I think something small thing you can do in each of your activity, I think, and that is creative thinking, I think. Our whole education system was focused on memory, basically. All students were only need to memorize the definition, memorize the things which are there in the books, and then reproduce in the same way in their answer sheet. And that was only the success story. And we are all thinking that getting 100% result is not important. But I think we need to create some different kind of manpower, some different kind of human beings for the future, I think. We are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are talking about something to create new thing. We are talking about changing our process and system in our lifestyles also. These all things has brought some different kind of domain before all of us. So I think this 5 days FDP will definitely encourage people to create, because the role of the teacher 1 year before, I think, was a classroom teaching, maybe a guest session or a seminar in a year. And that's all, then evaluation of the student on paper pencil basis. But I think within this year, we are all changed to online education. We are changed into the collaborative education. We are changed into problem-based education, then project-based education. Then we are thinking of involving student in the teaching learning process. We are trying to encourage self-learning. We are trying to encourage the group learning among the students. We are trying to encourage various activity-based learning modules among the students, because we want them to think. I think Google is there to give us a ready-made answer. There are textbooks are there. Memories are expanded for each one of us on a mobile. So we do not need to memorize what is already available in some of the books. I think we all need to create a manpower with the machine learning and all these things, which does not stand behind the machine to operate the machine, because all repetitive jobs in the future industry 4.0 will be taken over by the machines or repetitive jobs. Now we think we have to create a manpower who can think ahead of machine. So I think we have to create an environment where we can encourage students for critical thinking, encourage students to think out of box, encourage students to do something by themselves, by their own way, I think, and then do the thing. Why there was a risk, nobody was willing to go for entrepreneurship. The risk was success or failure. And then people were afraid of failure. People were worried of the failure. People were thinking in case they fail, what the people around them, friends, circle, their relatives will look at them. So that has all saying they have creative thinking. We all have creative thinking. We must, whenever we look to the TV advertisement, we think that, oh, something different or something this I can also do. But I think we only think and leave it at that point of time. I think we have to create an ecosystem, which I think your institute is trying to do. we're creating an ecosystem where this kind of entrepreneurship skills should be encouraged. I think they should be given some support system, I think, which will help them to, I think, do whatever they wish to do. Because I have an idea, but how to operationalize the idea, I'm not aware. How to market that idea, I'm not aware. How to create a financial system. And we know that the history tells us that 90% of such thought process get failed at the end of the day because they don't think holistically. They are only thinking in one part of the. I think that I can bring a Kerala pure oil, coconut oil, and sell it in Mumbai or Pune. But I think the transportation, packagings, and other all systems need to be revisited, need to be given a thought. So this new education policy is now encouraging multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary way of process. Everybody should think. I think you have a very good campus where medical students are there, engineering students are there, commerce students are there, science students are there. Every student from all faculties come together. Engineering student can have design, commerce student can have a marketing survey, the management student can create a marketing plan, the student from other faculty or science faculty can create a product plan, and all this can come together and create an entrepreneurship. I think that can be a better future for today. And these all agencies across the world in all education system are looking that there should not be any boundaries for education. So I think all teachers should come together. Industry is looking for all this educational system where the teachers from different faculty should come together and do the joint research, something which helps human life in more better way. So I think this 5 days faculty development program should not be taken as an addition to one more faculty development program. The objective and the spirit behind organizing and hosting this faculty development program need to be taken more seriously. And I think we can create more value out of it. It's not only just understanding that we are only talking about the word Atmanirbhar Bharat, Swayambhurna Bharat, but I think if you go and see the way the China is operating, the speed, the way the collective operations are taking place, major projects have been handled and taking, I think this is very important for us to understand. We must also come together and see that we try to replace everything which is possible and make our country more important in the national and world context. Otherwise, what is happening? We are only discussing, we are only conducting seminar, thought process, lecture, series, and we are proud of our own country, but practically what we are doing is something we are all interested in getting a jobs, a good white collar job, become manager at some point of time, getting a good salary, but I think we do not want to handle the things, take a risk and do something new. So I think we must create an ecosystem for our students and teachers and see that the future generation is thinking ahead of machine, the future generation, because we must give them the tools which will help them to succeed in 2030 and 2040s, because the students are not going to be there in the market, in the job market, or in the working condition for 2030, 2040, maybe before their retirement. So I think we have to equip them with the kind of mindset. So I think this 5 days FDP program will definitely help all of us to change our mindset with the thought process which given by the speaker, the eminent list of speaker I have seen. I'm very happy that D.Y. Patil Unitech Society has organized this kind of program. It will definitely take us ahead, because thinking and faculty training is the most important vital part of new education policy. So I congratulate all of you and the visionary Dr. Somnath Patil sir and Dr. Meghna Bilare madam and Badaskar sir, who have brought everything together in a bouquet for all of us. During this pandemic also, we are going ahead, we are thinking, we are creating something out of it. I wish this faculty development program all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational words to us. We always motivated from your thoughts. Sir, we are really thankful to you for making time in your busy schedule and to speak to this FDP. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, before proceeding towards first session of FDP, I request all the participants kindly note that attendance would be monitored as per the screen time. Test will be conducted on the last day of FDP, that is 18th June 2021. After every session, feedback link will be shared on WhatsApp group as well as Zoom chat box. Link will be open for 60 minutes after every session. It is mandatory to fill the feedback form. All participants are requested to put the questions in chat box. Last 15 minutes of each session will be Q&A session. So now, without taking too much time, I would like to introduce our today's keynote speaker, Mr. Satish Kumar. He is working as Assistant Director to Government of India, presently posted at Ministry of MSME. He is dealing with IPR initiatives for MSME for more than 5 years. Overall, more than 11 years of experience working with various government ministries. He has done MA Economics, Postgraduate Diploma in IPR, Postgraduate Diploma in Marketing and Sales, WIPO Certificate Program, DL 101, PCT, DL 302, DL 450, DL 201 and DL 203. Also, he has attended WIPO Korean Joint Professional Training Programs on trademark at Daejeon, South Korea. He has delivered various sessions on IPR and government initiatives with industry associations, government departments, and universities. So, we are very fortunate to listen from Sir on the topic Role of MSME Sector in Building Self-Reliant India. So, I request Sir kindly address the gathering. Sir, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for this beautiful introduction of mine. It was a very detailed introduction. So thank you so much. So today topic assigned to me about how this MSME contributing towards this self-reliant India movement. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
So if we see the last year, our Honorable Prime Minister of India has envisaged a target of $5 trillion economy. And to achieve this target of $5 trillion economy, the Honorable Prime Minister has, is given stress on local production and achieving this, self-reliant. Like we have to create a capacity within the country to achieve self-reliant in various sectors. So for that, various policies being framework and various incentives and strategies being developed to create a roadmap to achieve this self-reliant India. So in today's session, I will discuss about what the government of India has done to achieve this Atmanirbhar Bharat movement. What the policies, what we have done throughout these past 1 and 2 years. So this presentation will be all about that. So I will not take much time. I will just go to my presentation part. So I'm sharing my screen with you.
Good.
So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you. So first, let us understand how this MSME sector is an important sector for the overall growth, overall the industrial growth of the country, or whether we can say it is the backbone of the Indian economy. We can understand this by looking at these, how these performance made by the MSME sector for the industrial growth of the country. MSME sector contributes about 30% of the overall GDP in the country. It is manufacturing somewhere around 66,000 to 8,000 products being manufactured by this MSME sector. It is contributing 45% to total manufacturing output and 40% directly to the export within the country. It constitutes a network of 63 million MSME enterprises. And these 63 million enterprises comprising 51% in rural sector and 49% in urban sector. That means it is creating kind of egalitarian growth and equality within the country. It also generates employment to 120 million people. And these 120 million people are employed, 97% of 120 million people employed in these micro enterprises only. So we make it after agriculture, this MSME sector is the largest employment it generates largest employment in the country. So this is the overall performance, overall contribution of the MSME sector in the country. Apart from that, its importance in terms of it contributing towards the growth of the country, it has many challenges, many issues faced by these MSMEs. The first, like they are always out of this, advocate institutional credit from these banks. So they have to depend on these non-institutional or uninstitutional credit forms of credit like they are creating, taking money from their family sources or their friends and setting up their enterprises. So that was the area which need to be focused. This is the biggest challenge with the MSME sector. Almost 60% of the MSME unit, they are not having access to this formal advocate access to the credit. Then MSME sector also face competition from these, big, large enterprises, MNCs, and especially the goods coming or dumped from these country, China. So China produce their goods at large scale, so that's why they're having this cost advantage. Their goods are very cheaper in terms of goods manufactured in India. So they easily dump in the Indian markets, and this is faced by this MSME sector. They are largely affected from the goods coming from these China. Also, the MSME sector is not having adequate infrastructure, supply chain. They are not having, proper raw material. Generally, the MSMEs are procuring raw material in very small quantities because the size of the firm. So they are not in a good position to negotiate well for reducing the price compared to the large or MNCs, large companies and MNCs. They are also lacking access to the market. They are not advertising their goods over these various promotional channels. They are not advertising their goods, so they are also lacking that market. They are not having proper distribution and marketing channels. Also, which is biggest thrust faced by this we stress on by the government of India, that they are not having any conducive environment which is supporting the MSME to go for these and incentivizing their production. So these challenges being faced by this MSME sector. Now, let's understand what is this different model of the industrial growth adopted by a country for all of is this as their industrial strategies. So when it already depends on the how much the endowment of the resources a country is having. If they're having a large pool of labor or the manpower, there will be more labor or manpower intensive industries. So like when the country in the pre-industrial area, like they are very primitive and maybe like we can say agriculture stage. So like more of the labor being used. So they are having very less number of capital resources, very less level of technology they are having, and abundant supply of labor is available. So this model is the labor intensive industrial growth. Now, the another parts of the industrial growth is when we invested in our machinery, in a some kind of capital equipment we develop. So we have some amount of capital, and we also develop some kind of knowledge. So this is replaced with this labor, or we can say manpower. So this is, we can say, capital intensive growth for this industrial growth for the country. Now this is the era of the knowledge. Like now we are setting up more knowledge based enterprises which have a more capacity to generate more production. So here in this third stage, which is the base of the knowledge economy, like we are generating lots of innovation based enterprises which are investing in our intellectual property, and that are creating large pool of resources and knowledge or technologies. So here we have more technologies, more knowledge resources. Capital is also equipped with that, and equally labor is somewhere there. So this shorter model of the industrial growth is called knowledge-based, industries, knowledge-based industrial growth. So somewhere the India is going to this, shifting its resources for these knowledge-based enterprises and develop that different strategies. If we compare with the different forms of industrial strategies being adopted, like in 20th century, the source of added value was we have three sources: land, labor, and capital, which applying to in any production process, we are having the different goods. Now in the 21st century, innovation is the leading factor for this, is a part of the industrial strategies. So the enterprises adopting more innovation centric things, and they are make themselves competitive and increasing their productive capacity to sustain the market. So like innovation and intellectual property is a leading force of their industrial strategies. Now the production strategies, earlier we have mass production and limited varieties. Like we are producing more and more goods, but a variety of goods are very limited. If you see in a, like we go back to the 40 years back or 50 years back, we have just if you see like car market, we have just two cars, Ambassador car and Maruti, and people are waiting for those cars, 2 years, 3 years time for this, booking their car. Now the things change, like every 6 months the new model of the car is coming to the market, and which is very consumer centric, new kind of design, new kind of innovation, new kind of capacity building that product is having. So even you see like phone market, like earlier we have very limited models of the phone, but nowadays every 2 months or 3 months of time, the different variant of the models of the phone or cellular phone, or maybe laptop or electronics goods is coming to the market. So now the production strategies have been completely changed. Now the variety or the production of the goods is very limited, but the variety of the goods is so varied, like consumers having so many options of choosing particular good. So the earlier production strategy based on the mass production with limited varieties, now the production strategies have been changed. Like we have a multiple products, but the supply is limited. So we are targeting a niche segment of the consumer. Like every consumer is not same. There are different segments of the consumers, and for the different segments of the consumer, we are designing different kind of products. The part of the industrial strategy is the development principle. So earlier, the principle of the development production is based on the economy of scale. Like more you produce, you will achieve the economy of scales. Those are from the economics background. I hope they understand. Like if you are more producing a good, you are able to reduce your per unit cost to develop the product. So the earlier the production based on the economy of scale. Now the production is a completely strategy has been changed. Now this development principle is based on economy of speed. Now how speedily you are developing the goods. So the innovation is a leading factor. Like if you have the some kind of innovation in your enterprises, you will be like a leading person who will produce new goods in the market as early as possible. So here the person who is developing this kind of new kind of innovative product as early as possible, he is having the more capacity to capture the biggest market. So now the principle is based on who produced first that good, who provided first the solutions of these problems. So this is the industrial strategies which has been, we can say recently, the India has adopted. Now this next part, like I will connect all this, like how this relates to the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So now the worldwide projection of these GDP growth. So this projection being done by the IMF, International Monetary Funds, they gave projections of these different countries. It's like which year they will achieve how much growth, and based on this projection, like as of now, India is in the fourth position. We are having $2.9 trillion economy, and capturing this fourth position. But 2000. By 2024 we will be the third, we will achieve the third position. We will just pass this Japanese economy in terms of the size, and by the 2050 we will be the second largest economy. Like the China will be in the number one position, and we will just pass this US economy, and we will be the second largest economy. And in terms of the GDP, we will we will have the second highest growth in terms of GDP, after followed by the Vietnam. So this is the situation, this is a scenario, like how we gonna achieve, how we're gonna give in the future years. So our Honorable Prime Minister of India has understand this, like we're gonna we have this accelerating growth model, and we're gonna be the third economy, largest economy. So he has given a target of $5 trillion economy. By understanding this, like he has given a target of $5 trillion economy, and set a year, that is the 2024. By 2024 we will achieve this target. So what is the roadmap? What is the roadmap to achieve this target of $5 trillion economy? I hope everyone has heard about past 1 year we are talking about whether the India will achieve this $5 trillion economy. But what is the roadmap? How we gonna achieve this? So if you what is the mathematical calculation to achieve this the target of $5 trillion economy? So here's a model. Like the past 4 years we were like till 2020 we were achieving, like we were having the average growth rate of 8%. So we are now to achieve this, adding like already we are having $2.9 trillion economy. To achieving this $5 trillion economy, we require to add 2.1 trillion additional economy to dollar economy to our country. So definitely we have to look at the sector where we can accelerate our growth, where we can increase our production capacity, where are the markets where we can look and we can supply our goods and achieve this target. So from this onwards, from the after 2020 onwards, for the next 4 years we required 11.5% of the average annual growth to achieve this $5 trillion economy. Even I'm saying like this is very this people are saying like this is not achievable, but my area is my prediction is completely different. I believe that this is very much achievable if we see like how we are increasing our production capacity. If we are investing labor intensive growth, if we are investing in a capital intensive growth where the investment is high but returns are very limited. But if we are looking at the knowledge based economy, like we are investing in the knowledge sector, we are investing in an innovation capacity, the surplus being provided through the knowledge economy is so much higher. If you're looking at this figure, like there is a company, iPhone, Apple industry, they are manufacturing their goods. The manufacturing cost of that Apple phone, that iPhone, is just 8,500 rupees or 9,000 something. But that phone is sold in the market around more than 1 lakh rupees. So that additional value, like this, like 10% is the manufacturing cost, and 90% is the revenue generated by this iPhone industry because of their knowledge resources, the innovation and the research and development they have done to that phone. And the market size of this Apple industry is a $1.6 trillion economy, which is a single company is contributing 60% of the India's GDP. If we are able to, we are able to make the, develop these knowledge-based enterprises, like the Google is having, the kind of company Google is having, the kind of company YouTube, Google, Facebook, or maybe we can say Apple Industries, Samsung. So these kind of companies contributing so hugely to their economy. Like this is 60% of, like Apple Industry, I said, 60% of the GDP of the total GDP of the Indian country. So definitely, if we are investing and we have the capacity, we have best IT infrastructure, we have the best trained people, and if we are investing in knowledge economy, knowledge-based enterprises, we can achieve even much more higher than this. So our Prime Minister has understand this and given a target of $5 trillion economy, and which required 11.45% annual growth to achieve this target. But however, due to this COVID situation, our economy badly hit by this pandemic, and maybe like we required, if we are starting growing, that we require additional 2 years. But in some way, we can achieve this target of $5 trillion economy. So to achieve this target, the Prime Minister of India has envisaged a roadmap for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, what is this Atmanirbhar Bharat? Atmanirbhar Bharat is not like we are isolating ourselves from this rest of the world and we are just closing down our economy. It's not like that. It's like that we have to explore the sector where we can achieve the competitive advantage. We can if we are importing certain goods from this, especially we are from the China, we are importing so many goods, so we can achieve that self-sufficiency and work on our production capacities. If you see, looking at the figure with the Chinese economy, like there is a trade between India and China around $558 billion, and 8 million being exported from India to China, and China is exporting to India around $50 billion goods. So there is a gap of 50. China is exporting to us 58, and India is exporting to China $8 billion. So there is a gap of $50 billion, shortage of the trade between India and China. So we have to explore where the sector we shouldn't depend on the Chinese goods. We can export. Like earlier, we are making so many goods. Now, because China is dumping that good at cheaper prices, and we lose that competitive advantage. So we have to regain, gain that competitive advantage, and make as much as possible to produce these goods within the country, and also not only produce these goods within the country and make India on self-reliant, but also make the India manufacturing hub for the global economy. Like we should also attract the other people to invest in the Indian economy, and these goods can be also look at a different market, not only making available goods to the Indian economy, but also to the rest of the world where we can export. So self-reliant movement is also looking at the where are the market where we can export the make in India products. So for that, the Prime Minister of India has given stress on these policies, which is promoting efficiency, equity, resilience, and the objective of this Atmanirbhar Bharat to utilize country's full production capacity to achieve this self-sufficiency. So this is objective of this is not to just fulfill the domestic market, but looking at the outside, the other markets where we can export our goods. So for this, the Prime Minister of India has given the vision of this self-reliant movement, which we can achieve with this stressing on the local production. So this Atmanirbhar Bharat is a based on the 5 pillar, which is like economy. We have to strengthen our economy. We have to develop better infrastructure. We have to create an ease of doing business. Like we have to take the policy measure and within the system to make it easy for this entrepreneurial growth, and also take the advantage of the demographic dividend and demand we have. Like we are a very populous country, and so much demand which can be fulfilled domestically also. Even like world are looking for the India to export their goods because of our population size. So anything you are producing, it is very easy to sell in the market. So these are the 5 pillars of the Atmanirbhar Bharat movement. For that, last year the Prime Minister of India has also announced a package for this under the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and this package was comprising 20 lakh crore, which is equivalent to 10% of the GDP of the Indian economy. This package catering these various sectors, including cotton industries, MSME, laborers, middle class industries, who badly hit by this COVID situation, as well as various reforms has been introduced and various policy measures have been taken to make this gain the country competitive advantage in terms of industrial growth and pushing the economy towards self-reliance. So the Prime Minister has said it's a time to vocal for the local production and make the India a global production hub, global manufacturing hub. So the various policy measures have been taken to achieve this self-reliance, to achieve this Atmanirbhar Bharat model. And especially, as I mentioned, the MSME is going to play a very important role, as it's a contribution, like majorly, if you see the industrial growth coming from this small sector, which generally we ignore, but it is very important sector in terms of employment, in terms of its contribute to the industrial growth. So there have been various measures have been taken by the government of India. So in this part, I will just discuss what are the measures taken by the government of India to achieve this self-sufficiency. So during this Atmanirbhar Bharat speech of Honorable Finance Minister, there was a package of 3 lakh crore that will be given to the MSME units, which will be like guarantee-free and quality-free loan. So we have created a scheme under this 3 lakh crore package of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which we call Emergency Credit Guarantee Line. So any MSME units who are looking for any kind of additional credit demand, they can apply, and whatever the outstanding loan they are having with the bank, on that loan they can achieve the 20% additional loan on that. Another package announced that was 20,000 crore for the sub-under debt for the MSME sector. So any MSME who become non-performing assets (NPA) during this COVID period, they can take take the benefits of this package of 20,000 crore. Under this package, we are giving 75 lakh rupees maximum that is covered in this scheme, or maybe 15% of the equity of that enterprises. So that can also be taken from under this 20,000 crore package for the MSME. Also, we have this redefined MSMEs. So earlier there was, like past 5 years, we have lots of consultation being made to change the definition and make this MSME definition at par with this, how the MSME defined around the world. So if you say like globally MSME defined based on their investment in plant and machinery, their annual turnover and the size of labor, size of people employed in a unit. So the two things we have taken and make this definition at par with this global definition of MSME. Uh, Another taken initiative taken, like we have disallowed global tenders up to rupees 200 crore. So like up to 200 crore, no global tender will be called by the government of India, so that within the domestically this opportunity is being created for these MSME players, they can participate in these tenders. Then the, if you see like past 5 years, like this government has run so many motivational campaigns, which is creating kind of, inducing and kind of creating industrial environment for, or kind of ecosystem for this MSME sector to grow. Like we had introduced a scheme like Make in India, which is promoting or promoting the brand Make in India product, and inducing these enterprises to make grow manufacture within the country. Like we are getting very much issues, especially in the Indian enterprises. It was very incentivized to easy to import some kind of products from the China and just assemble it and make available to Indian markets. But that was not creating kind of employment, that was not creating that extending our manufacturing capacities. So that campaign has been launched, which incentivizing the industry to make manufacturing in India only. So that Make in India product that get huge success. Then Startup India also launched, like at present we have more than 41,000 startup. So they are providing innovative solution to the existing industrial problems. We have Snapdeal, whether it's Snapdeal, Ola, and Paytm. So many startup has grown like this past 5 years. So this Startup India was another campaign being introduced by Government of India to create entrepreneurial growth. Invest India, to make India favorite destination for the foreign institutional investors, or creating kind of introducing FDIs within the country. This Invest India has been mission has been introduced. They are a very dedicated team of the Invest India who are closing contact with the PMO office, and they are making different strategies to make India an attractive destination for the foreign players to invest. Then in 2016, we also launched national IPR policy. Like I already mentioned, this innovation-based entrepreneurial growth is very important to achieve this $5 trillion economy, to make India a self-reliant. So in 2016, Government of India also introduced national IPR policy. It was first IP policy by the Government of India. Under this IP policy, 7 areas have been identified through which we will achieve this, innovation ecosystem, innovation-centric growth. So we had these 7 mandates is focusing to introducing the innovation and IP growth in the academic institutions, university, industrial, and enforcement department. This national IPR policy also playing a big role in creating kind of innovation ecosystem in the country. We also introduced Digital India. So like earlier, our economy was a very cash economy, and so many black transactions being done. This Digital India being introduced, and you see like past 5 years, so many MSME unit and enterprises not come with the digital platform. So basic motive of this Digital India to bring all these MSMEs and industries to a digital platform. So this also get huge success. Skill India was also launched. Even we had made a different specific ministry for this Skill India mission. The Skill India is the objective of this mission is to fill the gap of the what are required by the industry and what is being available. So they assess the what is the skill gap exist, and accordingly they are having various program that is done with the education institutions and NGOs and various training institutions. They empanel themselves with the Skill India mission and started providing skills to the various youth and make them industry ready through this mission. The last is a vocal for local. So this also has been stressed by the Prime Minister to, we have to be vocal about our local production and giving more stress to these the local goods available in the country. So this campaign also get huge success. So these motivational campaign done by the government of India in past few years, which is motivating or creating kind of ecosystem for this self line. Then various policy measures we have taken. Last 2 years back, we had launched this 59-minute loan portal. So generally, when enterprises are going to the banks, they are not in a position to, sometimes there are some documentation failures. They are not depositing. They are not having idea what are documents they require to submit to the banks, and whether they are eligible for this loan, and how much amount they are eligible for the loan. So different kind of questions and enterprises are having. To resolve this issue and giving easy access to this loan, this 59 minutes loan portal was launched under this scheme, like based on this information available on your PAN, on your IT returns, and the documents submitted by an enterprise and applicant on the portal. This 59 minutes in principle approval is given, and within 7 days, the time the bank is processed the loan application of the enterprises. So it is also the kind of mechanism of ease of doing business, where the enterprises can adopt this to taking loans, to have this access to the institutional credit. Then trade receivable e-distribution system was launched to enable access to the credit from the bank, and the almost 40,000 MSMEs have onboarded on this platform. The Union government announced a launch of e-commerce, like our MSME minister, Mr. Gadkari, has announced about this e-commerce platform, where these goods and produced by this MSME sector will be available on this portal, and this portal will be at par with this e-marketplace like Amazon. So here we will make the available goods on this portal coming from these MSMEs, and we have a khadi and village industry also. So all these khadi product and village industry product will be available. So this will also create a kind of more economy to these small enterprises, as they are not having access to these e-commerce platforms or the market access. We have a public procurement policy for these MSMEs. So all these central government autonomous bodies under the central government, and these attached offices and ministries, they require to procure 25% of their total procurement from MSME sector only. The earlier it was 20%, so like this time government of India has increased by 5% more, and now it is fixed at 25%. So like all these government departments and autonomous bodies and CPSUs, they require to procure 25% of their total purchase from MSMEs only. And out of this 25%, the 4% has been earmarked for these SC and ST based enterprises. Out of 25%, 4% has been reserved for the SC and ST based enterprises. Government of India, like 4 years back, also launched e-marketplace. We called it GEM portal. So earlier the people are not earlier the process of participating in the government tender, or we can say applying for this procurement from the government, it was based on the physical. So like tender being announced or based on quotation, government was procuring. So that was very lengthy process. So 4 years back, we had launched this government e-marketplace portal by DGFCI. So under this portal, any MSME unit can onboard themselves, and whatever being purchased, like all the government department, whatever required by this purchase, they can fix up their requirement. And if your this MSME unit having the lowest bid, automatically order will be assigned to them, will be sanctioned to them, and the payment will be also made with this electronic mode. So it was very easy process to any MSME, or even this portal within the minute, within this click, they can pay it in as many any centers. They don't require to look for the different government departments. They just require to fill the details of their products, and any government department is looking to buy those goods, it will automatically sanction will be given to these MSME units. So this was done. MSME also facing the crunch, or they are not having access to these technology, advanced technologies. They are Generally, when we're talking about the MSME sector, they are having some indigenous technologies, it is being said. And to require to achieve this, to improve their production capacity, technology is a very crucial factor. It's very important sector. To achieve, earlier we have 18 technology centers, and they are situated in the industrial hub, but that was not good enough. We have to work on this technology area. So we had introduced 20 more hubs, like which we called it technology centers. And under these 20 technology centers, we had also launched 100 spokes. So that is under the process. This is launched the last year only. So 20 hubs. Under these 20 hubs, we will have 100 spokes, and these 100 spokes will be generally in these backward areas. So generally, when we are having a technology center that was situated within the state, but the people per state, size of state is very big, and like especially the state like Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. So it was not possible for the industry, they are situated in some long distance, to come up to these technology center to train themselves on this technology, and whatever dice or some kind of technology tools they required, they were not having the access. So we had also launched this spoke model, so that this spoke will be attached with that particular main technology center, but spread across the states. Like within the state, there will be so many spokes, so that the industry who are looking for the technology, they can approach to these spokes available near to their districts. So this model also being launched to provide more technology access to the industry. So these also, we had introduced ease of doing business for this, especially for the MSME sector. Like there were returns need to be filed under the eight labor laws were there, and 10 union regulation was there, and they were different form. So all these 18 regulation have been compiled, and they required only once in a year to file. The computerization random allotment for the inspector visit has also been established. They will be free for this, like they will have all the prior information, like when this labor inspection being done by these different government authorities. Another issue was faced by the environmental clearance. So the environmental clearance under the air pollution and water pollution law have been merged into one, and also the return will also be accepted through self certification. That you don't require to give any certifications. Whatever information based on self declaration, it will be taken. Others, for minor violation under the Company Act, and the entrepreneur will not longer to have approach to the court, or maybe like they can correct themselves by simple procedures. So these procedures of filing or taking environment clearance, pollution clearance, labor inspections, and other union laws has been modified to provide easy access to the provide ease of doing business environment to this MSME sector. Now we also launch various portal, digital platform for the MSMEs. We have Udyam Mitra portal. So this this Udyam Mitra portal launched by the SIDBI, Small Industry Development Bank of India. So this SIDBI has this major objective of this Udyam Mitra portal to provide easy accessibility of credit to the or handholding support to these MSMEs. So like in this portal, you can come and you can provide all the information, and this portal will provide you complete handholding support, how you can access to the loan. Then we had launched Udyam Sambandh portal. Under this Udyam Sambandh portal, this monitors, like we are getting lots of complaints from this MSME sector enterprises, like they are not this 25% target of these CPSUs and government departments not being made. So for that, to make more transparency in this sector, we had launched this Udyam Sambandh portal. And this is Udyam Sambandh portal. This will be available, like which are the department who are and what are they are procuring. They have to put on this portal, so that MSMEs as well as any people can monitor that they are meeting their target of 25% procurement from this MSME sector. So all these public sector enterprises, CPSUs or government department being made to put all their procurement on this portal. Another thing, last year we had introduced, that is Champions portal. So this champion portal is very important. Like generally when the stakeholders or especially enterprises, they want to talk to the government, they want to give suggestion, they want to raise their complaints. They are not having any kind of single platform where they can approach to the different departments, different issues of the MSME. Generally, if you are having a problem with the one scheme, you have to approach to that particular the person who are handling that scheme or particular banks. But under this champions portal, we had adopted this integrated approach. So the if any kind of issues MSMEs are having, whether it's an environmental clearance, whether it's a bank loan, technology access, or they are having certain kind of we can say they're having some suggestion, they want the government, how the government can improve themselves. So this champions portal being created. Under this champion portal, we had conceptualized some kind of control rooms. So we have central control room in the Ministry of MSME in New Delhi, and under this central control room, we have a various state control room, which is situated in various MSME development institutes. So in this the control rooms, they are providing hand-holding support to these MSMEs over the phone or through emails over the phone. They are consulting with this MSME unit, and whatever the problems they are facing, it is being resolved. Also in this portal, you can raise your complaints, any kind of complaint you are having specific any government department which is related to the MSMEs, or any kind of suggestion you want to give, you can raise your complaint on this champion portal. So once we receive this kind of suggestions or complaints on the MSME sector, we take up this matter, like Ministry of MSME take up the matter with the different departments. Suppose like you are not having your bank loan is not clear by the bank authority, you can raise your complaint here, and then MSME ministry will take up this matter with this particular bank who is not allowing like your loan or something. So this is another approach to integrate that and create more kind of transparency or ease of doing business. Then we had launched MSME Samadhan portal. So during this Atmanirbhar Bharat speech, the Honorable FM Finance Minister has also introduced this problem faced by these MSMEs for the delay payment. So there's the Delay Payment Act has been introduced during this Atmanirbhar Bharat speech. As per this act, all these MSMEs, once they supply their goods, from the date of supply of their goods, within the 45 days, they should receive their payment. If they're not receiving their payment within 45 days, as per the act, this is liable to the punishable action, and maybe that those are not making payment in the 45 days time, they maybe impose some kind of penal interest. So here, if the MSME unit are not receiving their payment within this 45 days time, they can raise a complaint on this MSME Samadhan portal. So this MSME Samadhan portal, once the complaint being made, and this the notice will be issued to that particular person, organization who are not making their payment to the MSME unit, and we try to resolve this delay payment issue also this through this MSME Samadhan portal. Then we have MSME Sampark portal. So this is a we can say a portal which is is a matchmaking portal between the industry and the person who are looking for the job opportunities. So every year, lakhs of the people we are training through our MSME technology centers, and not only we are training through this portal, we are also making them registered on the portal. So anyone can register for the portal looking for this job. Industry also on board on this portal. So what industry will put what they are looking for, and the person who are looking for the job, they will whatever qualification, what the skills they are having, they are putting there. If it is matching, both the people are getting benefit of this portal. So the industry are getting skilled manpower, because like the people trained from this MSME department, they are having like government department, and this certified by the government department, they are really they get very valuable and priorities when the considering the employment opportunity. So this is also a kind of matchmaking to creating employment opportunities. Another thing, we have my.msme.gov.in. So this is another portal. Like when these MSME unit are applying for the different schemes, so they require to visit different kind of online application portal of the different schemes. So now we have clubbed all these portal on this single portal. Like if you're clicking for any kind of MSME scheme which is available on online portal, by visiting this portal, you can access to all the applications of all these schemes of the MSME on the single portal. So by visiting this my.msme.gov.in, you will have the access to all these schemes. So this has also made easy for these enterprises. They don't require to visit different website, different kind of schemes and different kind of portals. They just by visiting the single portal, they could have all these things provided by this Ministry of MSME. So these are these few initiatives to make easy to set up your enterprise to make for the entrepreneur growth. This has been made. So, like I'll mention the MSME redefined as per this new definition. So last year, the month of May, the Honorable FM Finance Minister has given this new definition, which is to make the definition of MSME par with this global definition, how the globally MSME defined in the world. So the earlier definition of MSME, which was based on the category of MSME was on manufacturing-based enterprises and service-based enterprises, that has been eliminated in this new definition. And we have come up with this composite criteria of defining MSME, which is based on an enterprise investment in a plant and machinery and equipment and their annual turnover. So like if they are enterprises, service-based enterprises, they will have some kind of equipments like computer accessories or something. And if they're manufacturing their enterprises, they are having some investment in plant and machinery. They are setting some machinery and plants. So on this, we are defining MSME. There are three categories of MSME, like micro enterprises, small enterprises, and medium enterprises. So if an enterprise is having investment in plant and machinery equipment up to rupees 1 crore, and their annual turnover is not more than 5 crore, those enterprises will be known as micro enterprises. Then if the enterprise investment plant and machinery and equipment up to rupees 10 crore and their annual turnover is not more than 50 crore, they will be small enterprises. And the third category of MSME is the medium enterprises. For these, the investment plant and machinery of the enterprises, it should not be more than 50 crore and their annual turnover should not be more than 250 crore. They will be medium enterprises. So these are the three categories of these MSME. Why I'm defining, like tell you later in this, why this is important to know. So if you're applying for this any MSME scheme, if you're going for this any kind of benefit you want to opt under this provided by Government of India, you require to have registration. You have to require whatever enterprise you have, you require to register this as an MSME. So this is a definition of the MSME in previous slide I mentioned. So if you're complying with all these criteria, if you're satisfying all these conditions, you are eligible to apply for the MSME registration. Now in this new approach, we had also make this MSME registration online. Earlier we had NSIC and a DIC system, like MSME unit required to give an application in district industrial center. Then the NSIC was inspecting, and DIC people inspecting the MSME unit, and after inspection they are granting issuing a certificate of the MSME registration. Now we have eliminated this criteria, and we have come up with this online MSME registration system. So any MSME who are looking for this MSME registration is completely fully online, paperless, and based on self-declaration. Like they don't require to give any kind of document. Whatever information they are providing to the government, it will be taken as it is, and you will by just there is a single page form. By filling all the details in the single page form, you will have your MSME registration system. So earlier procedure of this physical inspection has been eliminated, and now this is based on self-declaration. So we have launched a dedicated portal for the MSME registration, that is udyamregistration.gov.in. So on this portal, any enterprises who are looking for these MSME benefits of MSME schemes, they can register themselves by visiting this portal. It's completely free of cost. Government of India will not charge any amount of money for the MSME registration. The only thing you require, you should have your Aadhaar number, and based on this your Aadhaar number, you can register your MSME registration system. New thing introduced in this MSME registration, we have linked this MSME registration with this information available with your PAN number and GST. So in case any modification happens in your application, it will be automatically modify your application as per the information available on your GST and PAN number. You don't require to give the application of for a modification. In case suppose your turnover has been increased, and from the small enterprises you have been shifted to the medium enterprises, but you don't require to fill again your application. Like the information available in your GST and PAN, it will automatically modify your category of the MSME categories. So has been done. Or sometimes people ask me, like, if you are already registered as an MSME with the previous definition, whether you require to again register with this new MSME registration. So answer is yes. Your previous MSME registration was valid till 31st March of 2021. Now it is no more valid. You cease to register. So from the 1st April onward 2021, this is cease to register. You require to register again if you want to look for this MSME benefits. So another initiative we have taken, like earlier in MSME registration system, there are number of limit, like number of activities an enterprise can register themselves with this MSME registration. Now that ceiling has been removed, has been eliminated. You may register as much as activities with your MSME certificate. So there is no ceiling with this new definition. So this is a kind of certificate will be provided by the government of India to an MSME unit after its registration. This is a new registration sample. Also, there are so many benefits of MSME registration. I already mentioned about as per the government of India policies, the 25% will be procured by these CPSUs and central government. The MSME after registration, MSME units are not required to pay any tender cost. They don't require to pay any earnest money deposit when they are participating in the tenders. Also, there is a additional bracket of 15%. Generally, when these enterprises are participating in this tender, the tender is awarded to the person who is quoted the lowest bid. But in case of MSME, there is an additional gap of the 15%. Even your MSMEs units are not quoted the lowest bid, but if their bidding amount is somewhere under these 15% additional bracket, they will be awarded this MSME this tender. So these are benefits of the registration. Like, you don't require to pay any tender cost or the earnest money deposit. Generally, when you're participating in the government tender, the government asks for the 10% of the project cost or something amount, some kind of deposit is required to bring with this in the tender. But in case of the MSME unit, you don't require to do that. There are 358 items have been reserved for this MSMEs. MSME also receive qualitative loans from the bank, concession electricity bill, protection against delay payment. I already mentioned about there's a 45 days time, and also given special consideration and subsidies for participation of the MSME unit in national and international trade fairs or exhibitions. So if MSME units, we are providing support to the MSME unit to participate to make their goods more visible across the country as well as rest of the world. As well as startup policy has also been launched. Like, we had past 5 years, we had created so many startups being very successful. For example, whether it's been the Paytm, Ola, Swiggy, so many urban clubs, so many startups being supported from the government of India, and they got huge success through this startup ecosystem. So this startup is basically people who are providing innovative solution to the existing problems. So this the government of India is also defining and giving various incentives to this startup also. So I'm just skipping this part. So this startup registration is also made available online. Like, you can just visit this startupindia.gov.in. This website is monitored by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. There's a department, DPIT, where this Startup India hub is there, and through this website, you can register your startup also. Startups are also giving various incentives. So this is also free of cost and made online available to the startups. Apart from that, the major thrust for these MSMEs, they required institutional credit. So that was somewhere missing. They are not having easy access to the institutional credit, and they are facing many challenges when they are going to the banks and applying for the loans. So to cater this problem, Government of India introduced so many schemes which are providing financial support to these MSME unit, and these loans are mainly qualitative loans. So you just, if you have very good ideas, and you just require to make a detailed project report, and after submitting this report, these ideas, this project can be financed through these various schemes available from Government of India. So we have this is incubation program. This is also promoting these entrepreneurial growth, like enterprises helps these setting up the enterprises. Under the schemes, we empanel various universities, technical college, and professional institutes, R&D institutes, to empanel themselves as host institutions and business incubator with the Ministry of MSME. So once they empanel with the ministry, they can submit the ideas of their students or startups to the ministry. And those ideas, we have a grantee net support of 50 lakh rupees for nurturing or the developing those ideas. So like some kind of prototype they want to develop. So to developing that prototype, we are giving this 50 lakh grantee net support to that, to that host institute, HINBI. And if the idea is having very good commercial aspects, like it is marketable idea, so this there is a 1 crore as a seed capital support is available to the startup to setting up their business. Then another, this 1 crore is available for the procurement and installation of plant and machinery, which will be given to the host institution and business incubator like this college and university. So they can set up these facilities which can be used by the startup and students. So this is it's a very important scheme, that incubation scheme. We have another program is a PMGP, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, which is aimed to create employment opportunities. So anyone who is having some idea and they want to set up their enterprises and looking for some kind of loan or finance funding opportunities, they can apply for this scheme. This is a flagship program of Prime Minister of India. So under the scheme, we are financing, giving finance for the project of rupees 25 lakh if the enterprises, if the project is for the manufacturing sector, and 10 lakh rupees if the project is service for the service sector. So service sector. So under this this project is also getting subsidy from the Government of India. So there are two categories of this applicant. If like general category applicant, we are providing 15% general category applicant, or applicant belongs to the urban area, we are providing 15% of the subsidy of the total project cost. If the general category applicant from the rural area, we are providing 25% subsidy of the total project cost. There is another category, that is special category, like people from the SC category, ST category, OBC category, minorities, women applicant, ex-servicemen, physically handicapped applicant, northeastern region, hilly areas, and border people from the border areas. For these kind of applicant, we have an additional subsidy of the 10%. So if special category applicant coming from the urban area, they will receive 25% of the total project cost subsidy. And if he is coming from the rural areas, they will receive 35% of the subsidies of the total project cost. So this is a case. This is a case. Now the who are eligible to the scheme. So any person who is 18 years and above, they can apply for this scheme for setting up their enterprises. His education should be 8th standard and above. In case his education is less than 8th standard, he will be eligible for the less amount of the project, like 10 lakh for the manufacturing sector and 5 lakh for the service, setting up service-based enterprises. So this is the criteria of this scheme. This scheme can be accessed at kviconline.gov.in. So anyone who is looking for this funding opportunity can apply. So this is also another initiative by the Government of India to provide easy access of finance to the MSMEs. Now we have a Startup India Seed Fund scheme. This is a recently, like last month, this scheme was launched. Under the scheme, we are providing Government of India providing financial assistance to the startup to setting up their business. So if they are having some kind of idea, they want to develop some prototype concept and doing product trials and entering the market and doing complete commercialization, like from the concept to prototype to product development and up to commercialization, further scale up. These funding support is available from Government of India side. So 20 lakh rupees support, which is given as a grantee net to the startup, that is for developing some kind of prototype and doing product trials, working on the concept, that will be available in grantee net support. And 50 lakh rupees support will be given to the startup for this further market entry and commercialization. So that will be available, this 50 lakh rupees available in the form of loan. It is a debt link instrument that will be available in the form of loan. The loan period will be of not more than 5 years, and 12-month period will be provided as a moratorium period to the startup. So this is another scheme which is providing support to the to setting up the enterprises. We have another scheme, is a CLC scheme. Like the MSMEs are lacking this easy access to the technology part. So adopting this technology, this scheme has been introduced. So if any MSME unit who has taken loan, institutional credit from the banks to set up some kind of machinery and equipments, or to improve their technology efficiency, this institutional credit up to rupees 1 crore, that is the maximum admission grant. On this 1 crore, maximum up to 1 crore rupees institutional credit, 15% subsidies available that will be given to the government from the government India account. So the 15 lakh rupees, that is the maximum subsidies, can be availed under this scheme for adoption of the technologies by the enterprises. Then we have a CGT MSME scheme. Generally, these when these students, especially the students, when they are having very good ideas, but when they're going to the market or to the bank, they are not having anything to bring as a guarantee before these banks. So this scheme is providing a guarantee-free loan to these enterprises. This scheme is covering up to 85% guarantee from the government of India. 15% of the guarantee has to be arranged by the that enterprises who are looking for this business. So if they are having any kind of idea and their project, this scheme is covering quality loan, that is project cost up to rupees 2 crore, that is available under the scheme. So any kind of small enterprises or micro enterprises or any kind of person, student who is a wish to set up their enterprises can apply under this CGT MSC scheme. So this scheme runs through the banks. You can approach to the banks to avail benefit under this scheme. We have another, like last 5 years, we've seen to create that ecosystem. We have also Mudra Yojana. This is basically for these small enterprises, like tiny enterprises who are looking for, who are the funding requirement of a very small amount of funding requirement. So this scheme was launched also in 2015 by Prime Minister of India. This scheme is a 3 categories of loan. Like Shishu category of loan, which is comprising up to rupees 50,000 loan. There's a Kishore category loan, which is comprising loan from 50,000 to 5 lakh rupees. And there's a Tarun category of loan, which is comprising 5 lakh to 10 lakh rupees loan. So these 3 categories, so every branch of the bank providing this loan, you can apply through bank if your loan requirement is so less, like up to 10 lakh rupees, this scheme is covering. We also launched a Stand Up India scheme, Stand Up India scheme to strengthen further this MSME sector. This objective of the scheme to strengthen the ST/SC based enterprises or the women enterprises. The government of India wants egalitarian, based or equality based growth. So here we have introduced specific scheme which is promoting the entrepreneurial growth among these women's and SC and ST based applicants. Under the scheme, each branch of the bank has been given a target of rupees at least 1 borrower from ST or ST enterprise base or 1 women borrower. So they require to lend, which is the project cost, which is comprising minimum 10 lakh rupees and maximum up to rupees 1 crore from the banks. Every branch of banks required to at least 1 applicant from the ST/SC and 1 from the women categories. In case there's a partnership firm, they are also eligible. In that case, 51% of the shareholding should be in the name of ST/SC enterprise or women enterprise. So this scheme also runs through the banks, and you can approach. And the basic objective is to strengthen these women or ST-based enterprises. So this Stand Up India mission has also been launched during this period. We also launched the GST, and we require to make compliant all these industry people, with the GST system. So to make this the basic objective of these 2% interest subvention schemes to make MSME sector compliant with this GST. So all these MSME unit who are having their GST registration, they are eligible for 2% interest subvention on their outstanding loan with the bank. So this is another scheme which is providing some kind of relief to this MSME sector. These are the schemes which has been introduced, which are giving easy access to technologies, or we may say easy access of finance, so that they can more enterprises can be set up, and the people who are looking for some kind of business opportunity take the benefit of these schemes. Now we talk about Atmanirbhar package. So last 1 year we had introduced this Atmanirbhar package. Uh, we had converted these schemes, this Atmanirbhar package into some schemes. I'm sorry, I'm short of time. So within 5 minutes, I will conclude. Is it fine, Dr. Meghna?
Yes, sir. Then afterwards we can take the question answers.
Okay. Within 5 minutes, I will conclude. Actually, there was some more thing. Okay. There were 3 lakh crore has been announced during this Atmanirbhar Bharat package, and this 3 lakh has been, we had converted through a scheme which we called emergency credit guarantee line scheme. Under this scheme, all these enterprises, if they are having their investment plant and machinery more less than 250 crore, they are eligible for additional outstanding on their additional 20% loan on their outstanding with the bank as on 29 February 2020. So if any MSME units, if they are having less than 250 crore investment plant and machinery, annual turnover, if they are having less than annual turnover, which is 250 crore, or they are having some outstanding with the bank as on 29 February 2020, they are eligible for 20% additional loan from the bank under this, of their outstanding. So this is also 4 year loan period, 12-month moratorium period on the principal repayment will be provided under the scheme. This scheme also runs through the bank. Then distress assets fund sovereign debt scheme. This scheme is also providing liquidity to the MSMEs in which, like during this COVID period, some of the enterprises who badly hit by this COVID pandemic situation, and they become NPA, non-performing assets. Bank has declared them the non-performing assets. They are not able to repay their loan amount. To bring them out of this NPA situation, this scheme has been introduced. Under the scheme, we are providing 15% of the loan credit equivalent to their stake, or 75 lakh, whichever is less. So whatever the stake a company or MSME unit is having invested in their MSME unit in the form of equity or debt, 15% of that stake they can eligible for the loan, or the maximum loan is available is 75 lakh rupees. So they can also apply for this loan. This, once they receive this amount, they will infuse this amount in their enterprises, and that will improve their debt to equity ratio. They will come out of this NP situation. There are a few other schemes, which is being introduced by the government of India, providing lots of support in terms of infrastructure. So I just mentioned about what are the MSME units are lacking in terms of infrastructure, technology, access to the credit, and the competition being faced by the Chinese. So the ASDP program, under the ASDP program, we are launching various campaigns to assess the skill requirement and providing the solution to the people. So this program being done with the various universities, or academic institutions, industrial associations. So the youth who are looking for some kind of skills, and after the acquiring these skills, they become employable in the industry. So various programs we have doing through our MSME development institutes, MSME technology centers. We have procurement and marketing support. So any MSME units who want to showcase their product through participating in various kind of exhibitions or international trade fairs, through this scheme they can participate. We are providing various kind of subsidies. So according to the category of the MSME, this subsidies amount range from this 80,000 to rupees 1.5 lakh for the participation of these MSME units. Apart from that, if the MSME units are participating in the international trade fair, international exhibition, we are also covering this airfare of from to airfare of MSME unit to participate in that. We are also giving funding to the various state government and other organizations to launch these kind of exhibitions or trade fair for these showcasing of the goods from the MSME sector. We have Smoothie scheme, which is for this provide infrastructure support to the artisan based enterprises. So like somewhere we just missing that link between these traditional and artistic based industries, and they required some kind of physical infrastructure so that they can easily have market access or scale of production they are doing. So here that like any kind of cluster being set up for this artistic or traditional industry, if the artisans are more than 500, we are providing 5 crore rupees, up to 5 crore rupees support from this government of India. If the artisans are less than 500, we are maximum grant is 2.5 crore for setting up this cluster for this providing some kind of common facilities to these traditional and artistic industries. So this has been also done. Apart from that, we have CDP program. Under this CDP program means a cluster development program. Under the program that is not for the traditional industry, for the general industries. So any kind of common facilities being created for the industry under the cluster, like they can have some kind of marketing, storing capacity. They can develop some kind of, we can say, packaging, or packaging, coloring, or any kind of raw material depot they can develop. So any kind of common facilities being created within the cluster which can be used by all the industries. There is a support of up to rupees 20 crore support from the government of India that can be availed for this by these industries. There is a infrastructure support is also available, which is maximum 15 crore for developing some kind of infrastructure support. This scheme also support to development of some kind of marketing hub, exhibition centers, and for that 10 crore rupees is available to setting up these kind of exhibitions and exhibition hubs. This is digital lean and digital JED schemes. So this is commonly all these schemes commonly we call is NMCP program, National Manufacturing Competitiveness Program. Now this has been revised. The name of the program has been revised. Now we call this NMCP program is a CLCSTUS scheme. Credit Linked Capital Subsidy and Technology Upgradation Scheme. So now the name has been changed. And under this program, we have various schemes which includes incubation programs to intellectual IPR program, design, digital, lean program, and JET certification. So all these programs mean to create some kind of competitiveness among the industry by adopting these programs. In the lean program, they are giving some lean techniques like Kaizen, 5S, so that make the industries globally competitive. JET program is there, which is providing doing the standardization support. So what are the international standards for the industry that can be adopted? So the product will be like effect free, like zero defect will be there. Like there will not damages in the product, and zero effect on the environment. So JED is basically a zero effect on the environment and a zero the defect free products. There should be some kind of automation, or maybe industrial 4.0 is there. So some kind of automation being adopted, which is producing the defect free products. So the product will be the globally competitive, and it is be exportable to the various markets in the world. So these program is a mean to the competitive. Under this program, we are providing various kind of subsidies to adopting these competitive tools by the MSME sector. So these are the various initiatives we have taken, various policy measures we have taken towards this campaign of and supporting the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister for the Self-Reliant India. So all the program introduced to the local production and voicing for this vocal for local. So this is all from my side. I hope this presentation being informative to all of you. In case if you have a question, please feel free to ask. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving an excellent coverage to the topic role of MSME sector in building self-reliant India. Thank you once again, sir. There are questions in the chat box, sir. The question is, what are measures to be taken in colleges to make the students innovative?
Well, it's very important questions. Like we have to establish some kind of link between the academy, industry, and link. It is very important. If we see any kind of growth models from this, whether it's a US economy, Korean economy, we have taken like industry, there's a close relationship between the industry and academia. So they can, the academy institutions can work on this, their innovation capacity. If you see the national mandate of the national IPA policy, which is supporting this academic institution to create kind of innovation ecosystem. So I can see so many patents being filed by this academic institution, but that is not being used in a commercially. I believe now this is the time these academic institutions can think about it, how they can utilize their innovative assets and have the industry to developing these new kind of products. So these academic institutions can work. They are having this R&D capacity. They can look into what the industry is actually required, what kind of products being required by the industry, and actually through this innovation process, they can develop and have the industries to manufacture those products. And they can provide new kind of innovative solutions to the industries. So especially if we're talking about the MSME sector, they are not having their any kind of R&D capacity. So here the academic institution can play a very big role. They can provide, they can use their innovation capacity, like they are having students, professor, they are engaged so much in kind of R&D work, and they can develop these kind of innovative assets, some kind of prototype they're developing, and we'll just set up these linkages and make this available, these goods, like we convert these innovation assets into the actual products for the market. So I think this way we can, that like this university system can contribute. For that, we have to establish these linkages. We have set up various kind of schemes. We have various kind of incubation program which is establishing these linkages. Whether we talk about ATAL Incubation Center, the mandate is the same, to establish these linkages. Whether it's with DST Incubation Center, BIRAC Incubation Center, Ministry of MSME Incubation Center, all these programs are establishing kind of innovation ecosystem and providing linkages with the industry. So I think this is my idea. This is my opinion.
Yes, sir. There is one more question, sir. Like banks do not support startup proposals. They ask for 3 years. Form 16 of applicant for Shishu startup loans. So which is non-collateral one. So sir, what is your opinion on that?
Okay, for the startup, there is a different schemes, and the different schemes are having different kind of eligibility criteria. So it is very difficult to answer, from my side, like under which schemes you had applied. The different banks are also having a different norms. So whether you had satisfied all these norms, I request you, you should apply your application through some incubation. Like already I mentioned, like we had just launched last month seed capital scheme for the startup. If you are part of some incubation center, you can apply through that incubation center. It will be easy for to take the loans if you're applying through this incubation center. Apart from that, I have also talk about during my presentation, like this PMGP program and CGT MSME program. They are different schemes. So once you're applying for this program, you just go through the guideline of these schemes and ensure that we are meeting all these criteria. In case still you are having any kind of issues in acquiring different loans, like there are so many schemes, you can approach this champions portal. This is available at champions.gov.in. So you can visit this portal and you will have completely hand-holding support to availing this loan. Also, due to the COVID period, I think people are not preferring to visit physically, but you can also visit our MSME Development Institute. They are also providing hand-holding support to the industry in availing these loans. Like we are having various tie-up with the banks. So we are arranging various kind of program where the bankers are there and the people who are looking for the loan, they are also there. And this is a one-to-one meet. Bankers are looking at the proposal, and on the spot, these proposal being granted. So these kind of options available to you. And if kind of particular problem, I can talk about that. If I can see like what are the issues raised by the bank. So these are the options available to you.
Yes, Pranav sir, are you clear? Sir, any other clarification? Pranav sir? Okay, sir. So these are the questions from the faculty participants.
Ma'am, there's one more in the chat section, earlier part. Atmanirbhar is now becoming the new slogan for government. What happened to Make in India, which was heard for almost 5 years?
Satish sir?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. There is one more question, sir. Can I repeat, sir?
Yes, I couldn't heard.
Atmanirbhar is now becoming the new slogan for government. What happened to Make in India, which we heard for almost 5 years?
So it's very, if you see, it's not like, it's maybe he's saying like this being failed or something. So this not being failed. If you see the demand is so, so if you see the overall structure, Atmanirbhar Bharat, like it will take some time. Like I already given the projections. And due to this being just Atmanirbhar Bharat is 1 year back, we just stressing about this. The results, if I show you the figures, has been if the results I will show you, that's been tremendously different. We had done 22%. That was our ranging by the export capacity, which has been increased around 30% contribution and 40%. The figure is continuously changing, and it is on the upside. So it's not like we can say like this is being failed or something. Uh, Apart from, there are so many challenges, and we are working on that. Maybe like we can say like there's a gestation period of 5 years or something, and then we can say like this was a result which has been envisaged from this movement. Somewhere we have to start. So we have started this, and uh, the figure, if you can see like figures, due to this COVID situation, like figures have been affected. But if you comparing with the overall growth, we had achieved some extent. But it's very right now I can't say like it will take 5 year 10 year time to to achieve what we're expecting, like third largest economy or second largest economy. So this is a long journey. So we have just started.
Yes, sir. There is one more question, sir. How MSMEs are maintaining a sustainable competitive advantage in the COVID lockdown situation?
Okay, I'm not you're saying like sorry. Your question is how the MSME is achieving sustainability.
How MSMEs are maintaining a sustainable competitive advantage in the COVID lockdown situation?
Okay. It was very difficult time for the MSME sector also, and they faced many challenges. But if you see, like they had shifted, like we have seen the MSME sector has taken the advantage due to the during this COVID period. Like they were some people are from the textile sector. They are seen like there was no demand for this textile good, because people are not having money to invest in the cloth or the. So they have moved to the different sector. They had started making masks. We have seen like pharmaceutical firms or different kind of soap industry of different kind of products they are making. They have shifted to making sanitizers or the goods which are having demand, which is created due to this COVID situation. So somewhere they make themselves sustainable through that. They have shifted. They had shifted to different sector where they found there's some kind of demand, and through that they are maintaining. It is quite acceptable that definitely this has affected this MSME sector also very hardly. But somewhere the few sectors which have shifted and take this advantage, which are opportunity created out of this COVID situation. So like now we are having self-reliant in making mask. We are self-reliant in making PPT kits. We are our pharmaceutical injections or pharmaceutical sector has grown during this period. Like we are making get competitive advantage in the production capacity of the pharmaceutical sector. IT sector has grown. So these are the sector where this MSME sector shifted and taken what are the advantage, what are the opportunities being created during this COVID period.
Yes, sir. One more question, sir. Sir, the scheme which we have discussed, so are these schemes available for hospitality enterprises, particularly micro and small business?
Well, these schemes are the general schemes. It's not restricted to any kind of enterprises. So any person who is meeting these eligibility criteria can apply. So these are not sector specific schemes. These are the general schemes. So hospitality is a part of the service-based enterprises. So if you are, suppose you are going for these PMGP program, suppose you are going for the PMGP program, so there is a different limits for the service-based enterprises. So you are eligible.
Okay, sir. Sir, last question for the session. Is there support available for obtaining ISO certification?
Okay, ISO certification, earlier we are having support. We are providing subsidies for these ISO certification, but now that scheme has been discontinued. Like past 3 years, we are not having this ISO certification subsidy scheme. So maybe in future, if the government thinks, like we had launched, instead of ISO, we had launched our JED program, that is zero effect, zero defect. So that ISO has been submerged into the JED program. So if adopting any kind of standardization, whether it's including the ISO, you are eligible for these subsidies under the JED schemes. but particularly we have had that ISO certification subsidy scheme, which has been discontinued.
Yes, Shirish Mane, you have one question, right? So Shirish, can you ask? Yes. So, sir, the students are requesting, they want like one more answer from you. Are faculty members in engineering institutes supported or promoted to start their own company?
Well, it's not as a part of the government of India norms. So it's depends on the what kind of institutional policy they are having. Like if your institution allow you to set up your enterprises as well as work in that enterprises, so it's completely your institutional process.
Yeah.
So when they are joining any kind of institutional or college university, they are having kind of employment contract. So you have to look at what kind of employment contract you are having. From the government of India side, there is no restrictions. Anyone who is filling our eligibility criteria, they can set up their enterprises. But it's totally depends on the kind of employment contract you are having with your institutions. If they're allowing, you can set up. Otherwise, you have to look at that part.
Yes, sir. Yes, like Apurva has asked the question about the social entrepreneurship. Apurva, Apurva ma'am, there are 2-3 sessions we have planned on the social entrepreneurship. So definitely you will get an idea about the social entrepreneurship in those sessions. Yeah. So thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Vishal Vadeskar, sir, Associate Director DYPIMR, who is having around 16 years of experience in academics and industry. He has visited and worked in more than 8 countries on various professional assignments. He attributes his success to his honesty, integrity, commitment towards the work, compassion for customers, and his habit of performing professional duties by being emotionally sensitive. So, sir, I would like to request you to propose a vote of thanks for inaugural session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Priyanka. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Great. So, patron for today's inaugural function and secretary of Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society, Dr. Somnath Patil, sir. Chief guest of today's function and Dean of Faculty of Commerce and Management at SPPU, Dr. Parag Kalkar, sir. Keynote speaker for the day and Assistant Director of Ministry of MSME, Government of India, Mr. Satish Kumar, sir. Second speaker for the day, Ms. Jayashree Fadnavis, ma'am. Director of DYPIMR and FDP Coordinator, Dr. Meghna Villare, ma'am. All faculty and staff members at DYPIMR who have been involved in the organization of this FDP, and the faculty members from all across the nation who have joined as participants in this FDP. I, Dr. Vishal Vadeskar, welcome you all and wish you a very good morning. It has been very pleasing for me to have been asked to propose vote of thanks on today's occasion. Let me start our sincere thanks by thanking the Almighty God who has instilled this idea and inspired all of us to conceptualize and organize this FDP. I would like to also thank AICTE for making this scheme available and giving us an opportunity to conceptualize, organize, and manage an FDP on such an important topic, which is not only a buzzword, but also one of the most important key areas for the governments of any nation across the planet. We would like to give a special thanks to our management, including Dr. P.D. Patil sir and especially Dr. Somnath Patil sir, who have kept no stone unturned for providing us with whatever is required for organizing this FDP. We are really thankful to Dr. Meghna Villare ma'am, she being FDP coordinator as well as the director of the institute. She has been monitoring the entire organizing team very closely and has provided her relentless support time and again in the entire efforts of organizing team. We are also thankful mainly to the entire organizing team of this event, whose relentless efforts, hard work have made possible the organization of this FDP, which is going to uplift the faculty members all across the nation who have joined this FDP as participants. Our special thanks to all the three guests today, Dr. Parag Kalkar, Mr. Satish Kumar, and Ms. Jayashree Fadnavis ma'am. They are extremely busy professionals, and that's why we know that they are pressed for the time. Still, they have managed to take time out of their tidy schedules and grace all of us and this event as well. So our sincere thanks goes, special thanks goes to all three of them. We keep best for the last, and would like to, in the end, thank all the faculty members who have joined this FDP from all across the nation as participants. This entire effort of organizing team has been for their upliftment and benefit, and we are going to assure them that they are going to have a resourceful treat through this FDP this entire week. They say that what starts well ends well as well. The beginning of this FDP has been extremely good, and in the end, I would like to also take opportunity one more time to thank everybody who has been there directly or indirectly involved in making this possible and successful. Thank you once again, and let me hand it over back to the anchoring team.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Now, I request all the participants to fill the feedback. Link is posted in the Zoom chat box as well as in the WhatsApp group. And we will resume back for the next session at 12:15. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish sir. And thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Satish sir. Thanks a lot,
Thank you
Jayashree
so
ma'am.
much, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Jayashree ma'am will
Somnath
resume
sir.
back for your session in a while as per the schedule.
Next session will start at 12:15 on the same link. On the same link, the next session will start at 12:15. Thank you,
Thank you,
Satish
Satish
sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Meena ji, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Good afternoon, Hanuman Prasad sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
afternoon.
yes, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yes, I'm also good, sir. Meghna ma'am, sir had joined.
Good morning, Hanuman Prasad.
Good morning, madam. Good morning.
So welcome you to this FDP. We just finished our inaugural and yours is the next
Thank you.
session immediately after that.
Thank you very much, madam.
Sir, we will start the session in next 5 minutes. So just can we check whether you are able to share the screen?
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible. Sir, it's visible.
Just a second, madam. Please let us check.
Yeah, sir. Perfect. Yes,
Moving?
perfect, sir.
Just a second. Just. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Is there any like audio?
Are you getting audio?
No, sir.
No audio at all.
No. Sir, you are audible. Only the video audio is not working.
Still no audio.
Ravi, sir, are you there?
Are you getting audio?
No, sir. Sir, stop. Just do one thing. You can stop share and then
Okay.
again you can start. Sir, what is actually we are facing the problem? We are able to listen you. Only the thing we are not able to listen the audio of that which you are running.
I'm also surprised why it is not. Now also? Still you are not able to hear, madam? Are you getting voice?
No, sir.
Any technical assistance available?
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir.
शेअर करते शेअर हे करायचं शेअर साऊंड हा शेअर साऊंड शेअर करते
बोलला.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please.
Whenever you are sharing now,
Mm-hmm.
there is one option, share with sound. You please click on that.
Yes. Share.
With,
Now I have to choose a screen or I have to choose the PPT.
small option
while sharing a
Oh, yes,
screen,
I got
na?
it.
Yes.
Share with.
Share with sound.
share
Yes.
sound
Just a second. Let me see.
He told me, sir, Bollywood.
Yes, it is audible
Sir,
now.
it's audible.
Thank you.
Cutthroat competition hai, they'll eat you like a sausage for breakfast.
Shall I remove this right now?
Yes, sir. Yes. Meghna ma'am, can we start?
Yes, Priyanka. Yes, we will start. I guess, sir, it's all set.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. With this famous quote by Brian Herbert, I welcome back all passionate learners and our second session speaker, Professor Dr. Hanuman Prasad sir. Sir, welcome to DYPIMR. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce a person who achieved excellence in academic fraternity through dedication and dynamics is Professor Dr. Hanuman Prasad sir. Currently, sir is Director and Chairman, Faculty of Management Studies, ML Sukadia University, Udaipur. Sir is serving at various positions like Course Director, MB Coordinator, Coordinator for Entrepreneurship and Development Cell, Member of University Finishing School at ML Sukadia University, Udaipur. Sir is having very good experience in organizing national, international conferences, seminar, workshops, and panel discussions. Sir has presented more than 50 research papers in national and international journals. Along with that, he has authored two books in his domain. Under his guidance, 15 students have completed their PhD. In addition to that, Sir is presently working on research project on digital financial literacy funded by RUSA. Project sanctioned amount is 10 lakhs. Sir is recipient of Silver Medal in Annual Conference of the Indian Commerce Association, 72nd All India Commerce Conference organized on 22 to 24 December 2019 at Kalinga Industrial Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, for his research paper entitled Resurgence of Poverty with Financial Literacy, a Study of Southern Rajasthan. Now, I would like to request Dr. Meghna Bilare, Director DYPIMR, to virtually felicitate Professor Dr. Hanuman Prasad sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Sir to address the gathering. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Respected Dr. Meghna Bilare. I think Secretary of D.Y. Patil Unitech Society might not be present, but my respect to him also, Dr. Somnath Patil Saheb, and dear August gathering. At the outset, let me congratulate Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Management and Research for organizing faculty development program on design thinking to nurture creativity and innovation, leading in entrepreneurship, which is being funded, I think, by AICTE ATAL Academy. And I really would like to welcome all the participants for being present in my session today, and would like to thank EPU for giving me this opportunity to be present in today's session. Just now I am sharing my PPT. I believe it is visible, share with sound, and the steps which have been instructed to me, let me share it. The topic which I have taken today is entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial learning. That is the topic which I have taken, and rather it was the topic given to me, and the choice was available to me, and I think that being entrepreneur and in the journey of being entrepreneur, whatever you learn is entrepreneurial learning. That is what is my opinion. So I would one by one go to the slides and yeah. So you can look at this. Look at this slide and see. Vyapar apar hai. Business is great. This is the statement of those who wish to be their own boss, who wish to enjoy profit from their efforts, who wish to have a sense of pride in their own business, who wish to have flexibility in their own work schedule. That doesn't mean that they want to work for 2 hours. That doesn't mean that they want to work for 10 hours. That means if they have mood of working for 12 hours, they'll work for 12 hours. And someday, if suppose they are not well, someday, suppose they're stuck with something, I mean, they can afford to leave the job. They can afford to leave the work. So therefore, those who believe in all this, for them, vyapar apar hai. That means business is great. But those who believe in being happy with salary, those who don't want to take chances of business, who don't want to take any risk of business, and for them, job is passion, job is pride. They want to be a fellow with job, and for them, business is useless. For them, business is useless, and the time has come when people have to realize that today the era is of business is great. Because if business is great, job will be there. If your philosophy of business is great, jobs will be there in the market. Otherwise, jobs would not remain in the market. Let me read out some of the statements which would focus on the greatness of entrepreneurs. The statement number 1 says that entrepreneurs are change agents. What you, me, everybody is consuming is all because of entrepreneurs. Imagine of 30 years back, whether we had these all facilities. I think no. Entrepreneurs are captains of the industry. They are the leaders. They are the harbingers of economic development. They are the catalyst agent for change in society. These are frequently used statements about the entrepreneurs, and therefore these explain the importance of entrepreneurs. I would say, if I ask, if you can use your chat box and let me know to whom you will call entrepreneur. To whom you will call entrepreneur, maybe you may rush to the guidelines which are available, but there is no guidelines available. Suppose there would have been any guidelines that this fellow can be called as entrepreneur, but there are no set of guidelines which explains that if a person has these qualifications, then he will be called or she will be called as entrepreneur. So even I was reading a book wherein it is mentioned that as per the psychologist view, it is just a matter of perception. You may call a small shopkeeper as entrepreneur, or you may call hello, who is having big industry as entrepreneur. That is your matter of perception. That is simply a matter of perception. Therefore, however, if we have to give the meaning to the entrepreneurs, we can define, we can explain that if we divide economies into three parts: underdeveloped economies, developing economies, and developed economies, then on the basis of the nature of work they do, on the basis of nature of risk, nature of activities they do, we may define the entrepreneurs. And I would say, as per my personal opinion is concerned, in an underdeveloped economy, one who takes risk may be called as entrepreneur. In developing economy, just taking risk is not enough. So therefore, one who organizes various means of production and establishes an enterprise be called as entrepreneur. And in developed economy, one who innovates something new into the society be called as entrepreneur. So that is how we may set a kind of guidelines. That is how we may set a framework in our mind that to whom we should call an entrepreneur or to whom we should not call. Let me discuss first what is entrepreneurship, and then we will talk of entrepreneurial learning. The word entrepreneurship emerged from a French word entrepreneur or Unternehmen. The meaning of both, that is German word, Unternehmen. So the meaning of both the words is to undertake. You initiate, you take any action. So that is why, in 16th or 17th century, it was used for the military expedition. For the first time, the word entrepreneurship was used for military expeditions. Possibly in 18th or 19th century, this was used for the first time for the economic activities. And therefore, the concept of entrepreneurship may be said like this, it may be given meaning like this, that it is innovative and creative response to the environment in form of establishing an enterprise. That is what is entrepreneurship. That is what is entrepreneurship. I would not go in much detail of entrepreneurship, but here I think one picture is visible to you. And in this picture, you can see that one side there is entrepreneur, another side there is enterprise. In the middle of that is entrepreneurship. So the action which is taken by entrepreneur to establish enterprise is known as entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is basically a process of action which an entrepreneur takes to establish an enterprise. That is what I said previously, that it is an innovative or creative response to the environment to establish an enterprise. So therefore, you today look at some opportunity, you have some idea, you convert that idea into, let's say, a product, and once you convert that idea into feasible product, let us say, and you plan to assemble various means of production, and you start enterprise. The process which you initiated from beginning of idea generation to establishment of enterprise and then further decision making, that would be counted or that would be covered in the concept of entrepreneurship. I think this is enough to discuss or talk about the meaning of entrepreneurship. Let us talk of entrepreneurial learning. What is entrepreneurial learning? Basically, it is development of entrepreneurial attitudes, skills, and knowledge that enables an individual to turn creative ideas into action. So which means development of attitude, skills, knowledge in entrepreneurs is basically entrepreneurial learning. Now I would straightforward move further. These are few things which I have, being in entrepreneurship development cell, I have invited many people, many entrepreneurs to talk to our students, to talk to such kind of workshops, and wherein they have talked about these things: dreaming, goal setting, passion, persistence, patience, self-belief, self-confident, attitude, creativity. That is on behavioral part. As far as the professional part is concerned, opportunity recognition, innovation, team building, risk-taking, managerial skills. These are some part of professional learning which they have taught. And therefore, I believe I would concentrate more on these aspects. And as I have been informed that there are faculty members, I would talk to them, I would request them to develop such kind of things among the students. And if we are able to develop these things in students, if we are able to realize students that these things matters a lot, then I believe we would be giving them the right path. And therefore, let us go one by one and discuss about it. I think many of you know my name. And if you don't know my name, on my screen name is written. That is Professor Hanuman Prasad. If Hanuman is delivering a lecture and is not quoting, if Hanuman is delivering a lecture and is not quoting Ramcharitmanas, that means I'm not doing justice with my lecture. And therefore I would quote here Ramcharitmanas and would say that in the similar manner, if you motivate your students, if you help your students, if you help your children to guide, to realize that they possess many of above talked things, then they would be in a position to realize that, and they would be in a position to materialize that. Okay, so let us understand this. What is this? Kahai reach pati sun Hanuman, ka chup sadi rahau balwana, pavana tanaya bal pavana samana, buddhi viveka vigyana nidana, kavan sukaj kathina jagmahi, jo nahi hohi tat tum pahi, ram kaj lagi tav avatara, sunatahi bhayam pavad parvatara. When our God Ram was in search of Mata Sita, this is of Skanda Kand, and when they reached Jamwant and his team, they were sitting on a mountain, and God Ram reached to them and asked that I am searching for Mata Sita. And everybody was looking at Hanumanji. Everybody was looking at Hanumanji, and Hanumanji was just depressed, was just silent. He was mum. He didn't speak anything. He was thinking of this, that can I do this? How can I find this? And that time these lines were said that, hey Hanuman, why are you so mum? You are the son of wind. You have power equivalent to wind. And you are full of knowledge. You are full of knowledge. You have acumen, everything. Is there any work which you cannot do? You can do each and every work. And you can find Mata Sita. When this was said, immediately God Hanuman realized that I have all powers. And when he realized that I have all powers, he became like a mountain, big mountain. The learning of these lines is this, that we need to help our students to realize that they possess all what is required to be an entrepreneur, what learning is being shared by entrepreneurs, you possess everything, each and everything in you. And that we need to make them realize. The first thing which they say that you should not leave dreaming. You should dream. When we say you should dream, I'm not talking of such dream which you, me, everybody is seeing every night. And in the morning, that is vanished. That is over. I'm not talking of that. I'm talking of a dream which doesn't allow you to sleep. Maybe sometimes you will feel that you have some idea, maybe you have idea of writing a book. Normally you get up in the morning at 8 a.m. But when you are writing a book, when you have passion of writing a book, you get up in the morning at 5 p.m., 5 a.m. and you start writing, and maybe up in 2-3 hours till your family is awakened. You just do everything. When you do such thing, you have a dream of writing book. Tell your students that if you have something, think of such kind of thing. Ask them to take big dreams. There is no harm in taking big dreams. There is no harm in taking big dreams. If you dream big, dream bigger is better. Because usually this happens that the one which is difficult dream, that is the best dream. The one which is difficult dream is the best dream. जिंदगी की राहों में ऐसा अक्सर होता है, फैसला जो मुश्किल हो वो ही बेहतर होता है. But we have to remember that your dreams are bigger. You have to face bigger challenges. You have to face bigger tests. You have to face bigger examinations. You have to face bigger evaluations. Which means, if your dream is bigger, be ready to face difficulties, be ready to face challenges. Sometimes it will be there that your neighbors, your friends, maybe your leg pullers, they would create problem for you. And sometimes if they are supportive, nature would not help you. The nature would take your examination. I am reminded, King Dasarath has declared that tomorrow Ram would take oath of being king of the place. It was declared. But suddenly, in night, the situations changed. In place of being king, he has to choose way of jungle. 14 years jungle life. 14 years jungle life. But don't forget that after that 14 years of jungle life, Ram, who went as a King Ram, came back as Maryada Purushottam Ram, God Ram. 14 years jungle life he lived. But once he came, the results were also better. Results were also great. And that is why till date, no one of us has a single % less respect for our God Ram. And that is why if you look for bigger dreams, make your heart to fight with the bigger evaluations, to fight with the bigger examinations. Let me say that ख्वाब जिनके ऊंचे और मस्त होते हैं, इम्तिहान भी उनके जबरदस्त होते हैं. Most of the times we have felt that when we look for a dream, we chase the dream. When you chase the dream, your family, your friends come in the way. They come in the way. So you just have to think of this. You need to have emotional balance at that time. You need to have emotional balance at that time, because for dreams, few days, you may have to leave your family members. You may have to leave your family members. सपनों के खातिर अपनों से दूर रहना होगा, अन्यथा अपनों के खातिर सपनों से आप दूर हो जाएंगे. Usually you might have seen that people who are very much involved in family, they compromise their professional responsibilities as they have to fulfill their family. I'm not saying that stay away from the family responsibility. I'm not saying that don't regard your father. I'm not saying that don't regard your grandfather. I'm not saying that you don't regard your uncle. I'm saying give proper regard to them. But when you're talking of and you're chasing a dream, please look at it. That dream, chasing dream is more important. But once you achieve the dream, once you get the path of achieving the dream, once you are well settled, again get connected with your family. Again, I am reminded of an instance of Ramcharitmanas, wherein King Ram killed Ravana. When Ravana was killed, Ram asked the younger brother, Lakshman, to visit Ravana and take some knowledge. When Lakshman visited, first of all, Lakshman was little annoyed. What brother Ram is saying? I have to go to the person who is loser to take knowledge. So anyhow, he went there and was standing near his head and said, hey, do you have anything to say? Raman did not respond. As Raman did not respond, he came back and said to his elder brother, Bhaiya, he's saying nothing. And then Ram went and he stood near towards his feet and stood near to that, and with the folded hands asked, because Ravana was also worshipping God Shiva. So he was very knowledgeable. So he asked, Ravana said that you have some learning to say. And then Ravana said that you are a great man. And you are a great man because your own people are with me, with you. But my own, in my this proud, I forgot that my own people, Vibhishan, is not with me. And as your own people are with you, you are the winner, and my own people are not with me. So therefore, I'm saying that it's not that we have to break the relationship with our family members, but for achieving dreams, if there are few relations coming in between, maybe you may compromise for few days and then get back to them. Let me tell you, I have seen somebody saying that there are two ways to get the God. One way is bhakti or dhyan, worship and meditation. Another is karma or gyan, work and knowledge. I can understand that most of us would not believe in bhakti and dhyan because that is a very difficult task. That is a difficult path that requires a concentration for years, and that we cannot follow. And therefore, I believe that we all should focus on work and knowledge. And therefore, motivate your students, ask them that the entrepreneurs say that you have to dream, you must dream. The another thing which most of them have said is goal setting. Now let me tell you that goal setting is not one day work. That should become your habit. That should become your habit, means in your everyday to-day task. You need to follow goal setting, goal revision kind of thing. And when you do this in your corporate experience, in your professional experience, in your dream also, you would do goal setting. And when we say goal setting, that means you should be focused to it. It should be time bound. It should be specific. And if it is not possible for you, if it is not possible for you to attain goal alone, find a group. Find a group. And if you find a group, look at this. That the group should not be like this. Like we eat in marriage party and this all, wherein Pangat is there. Everybody eats and moves away again at home. That kind of people should not be there. The people, your friends, your group should be like that they would remain, obey you till you reach, till you continue your business. Look the goal setting which is there in our Ramcharitmanas. जात पवन सुत देवना देखा जाने कहूं बल बुद्धि विशेषा सुरसा नाम अहिन के माता पठइन आय कही तेहि बाता आज सुरन मोहि दीन आहारा सुनत बचन कह पवन कुमारा राम काज करी हिरि में आवो सीता कई सुधी प्रभु ही सुनावो. So you look at the goal direction of Hanumanji. When Hanumanji decided that, okay, I will go and find it out. I will go and find out Mata Sita. He started, and when he started crossing the sea, the group of gods, they thought that will he be able to do it? So let us examine him. And they sent Sursa named Rakshasi to examine it. And when she saw Hanumanji, she said, today I have got delicious food. And by listening this, Hanumanji said, Sunata bachana kaha pavan kumara. Let me finish the work which I have been delegated by our God Ram. Let me finish that and let me find out Mata Sita's address and let me inform Ramji about Mata Sita's address. Then Mata, kavane hu jatana dei nahi jana, grasase ni mohi kahe Hanumana. And then I would be food of yours automatically. Then I would be food of yours automatically. But when she didn't listen and said, no, I will eat you. Then you can see, look at the focus of Hanumanji, want to find out Mata Sita. A big hurdle in between, but again the goal is to find Mata Sita. And the words that if suppose I am not able to find out, if suppose I am able to find out, I'll come and become food of yours. And when she didn't understand, Jojana Bharitahi Badanu Pasara Kapitanu Kina Dugun Vistara. She was stopping Hanumanji by making 1 jojan of her body. Just above that, Hanumanji became 16 jojan. She became, Hanumanji became 32. Hanumanji was not interested in killing her. Was focused on finding Mata Sita. He took a small size and entered from mouth, came out from ear and went back and said, bye-bye, I am going for finding Mata Sita. Look at the goal orientation. This example we can give, that our spiritual Grantha says that goal orientation, goal setting is one of the important tasks, and many of parents are there. I would request your parents, I would request parents that you please set some kind of habit in your students that today's target is this, kindly do this. Month's target is to finish one book. Like that. These are habits which are developed. So goal setting is one thing which has been most talked by the entrepreneurs, and therefore we too need to focus on goal setting. But goals should be oriented towards your dreams. If you want your goal to convert in action, you need to have a detailed action plan. Forget about failure. Forget about failure. You will be fail or pass. Don't worry. And if suppose you are failed, suppose you could not succeed, don't worry. Treat that failure as an experience. And also, today, these days, volatile days, it is said that we need to have some backup plan. Let us talk of further. There are 3 P's to be successful. There are 3 P's. I am not talking of, yes, there is somebody using, yes, 2 meaning of success. I will talk of it. There are 3 P's of success. Passion, persistence, and patience. These are 3 P's. Now, I am talking of success. Most of us, being entrepreneur, think that only money is the success. That means only profit earning is success. And if profit earning is success, if you will take this target, let me tell you, in initial year, you would be depressed. You will be struggling. So what you desired, you did. And having reasonable thing to survive, I believe you must be happy. So if there is anything which gives you eternal happiness, I believe that is your success. Forget about your current profit. Maybe time will give you profit. Wait for the time. Have patience. Have persistence. And once you will have these 2 things, you will find that your desire, your dream is converted into the enterprise. Okay, so let us talk of passion. I'm talking of passion. What is passion? I would say 2 lovers. Families are not in favor of both of them. Get married. I'm not in favor of dowry, but usually when there is marriages, people give dowry, people demand dowry. If you do something for something, that is not passion. But if you marry a girl, or a girl marries with a boy without expecting anything, yes, there exists passion. Yes, there exists passion. I would take 3 examples today. I have n number of examples, but I would talk of 3 variety of examples here, and I think you would understand what is passion. जब पगला दीवाना लोग दुनिया कहने लगे, when people start asking a madman for some cause, think that passion has entered into you. People believe that you cannot achieve that, but you have passion to get it. That means you have something igniting inside, lighting inside. So therefore, here is an example. This fellow is presently IPS officer. You look at the statement which is mentioned here. I had nothing to lose. I had nothing to lose, but I had everything to find. I had the world to find. मेरे पास खोने को कुछ नहीं था, लेकिन पाने को पूरी दुनिया. You can search on net, you will find this fellow's story, and you see that he has started from low level of service, from Patwari to school teacher to college lecturer, school lecturer to college lecturer, and many more. I am just in brief, I am giving you. Prem Sukh Delu, and then he was trying, he got Tehsildar, he was trying to be in state services, that is called DSP. He was trying to get DSP, but he could not get. And he was just deprived of 1 marks. He was first in waiting, and even waiting could not clear. And therefore, he was deprived of being. He could not attain, let me say this way, he could not attain DSP post. Anyhow, he had little frustration, but he managed. He said, I managed my frustration. This is his words. He said, I managed my frustration, and then I started preparing for central services, that is UPSC. And in the next chance, he became SP. And he said that what God wants, you don't want. God was not willing to give me D. So God was willing to give me not DSP, was willing to give me SP. Look at the positiveness. Look at the positiveness in the passion containing fellows. Those who have passion, they have target in their mind, and as they have target in their mind, they forget the obstructions, the problems, the challenges which come in their path. So this is one example of passion. He struggled for 5 years, and then he could get IPS. You will see his story, his video. I too have video, but I thought it will consume much time. Therefore, I have not included that video here. Look at this, another thing. Many of the participants would be from Taj Mahal. That is from the city of Taj Mahal, Agra. Wasn't it a passion? There are a number of examples wherein you can visualize, wherein you can see passion exists in Indians the most. If passion exists the most, why we could not be entrepreneurs? So see, this is about Taj Mahal. Let me read. For wife Mumtaz, Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan made this. And see, in 1635 work was started, 1653 work ended. 21 years of hard work in making one Taj Mahal. In making one Taj Mahal, 21 years of work is passion. See, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. The biggest bungalows can be built, biggest malls can be built, but 21 years of work. And look at the next thing. That is 20,000 artisans were involved. Can we build a village? But he was passionate, wanted to build something specific, something unique, and has built Taj Mahal. Let us look at another one. I believe you would like this. The mountain man, Dasarath Maji. Compare the vision, compare the passion, compare the passion. This fellow has built 360 feet long, 25 feet deep, and 30 feet wide road by cutting the mountain. By cutting the mountain, he has made this. People used to say, I was looking at his movie. I have clips of movie also. I was just looking at movie and I could see that people were saying that he pagala gaya hai. He is mad. And he did in 22 years, but alone, no 20,000 artisans. No 20,000 artisans. Aim, wife died, but no others. Wife should die. In the similar, because he used to go for taking water, crossing the mountain. And he has built, he has cut, he has built the road. This long road. I was just calculating the amount, if suppose 300 rupees per day he would have got, how much amount he would have accumulated. I am a man of basically finance. So I was just calculating and I was amazed to see that if he could have invested, he could have earned 30 lakhs rupees. If suppose a financial advisor like me would have been there, would have advised him to just save 50 rupees for eating, 250 rupees for saving, 30, 40 lakhs rupees he could have accumulated by investing it in profitable opportunities. But those who are passionate, those who have passion, look at the target, not at these small money, not at these small calculations. We need to develop such kind of passion in students. Let us move further. Next is persistence. Next is persistence. What is persistence? Line clarifies everything. Winners never quit and quitters never win. Try one time, maybe not successful. Learn why not successful, because this wire was not correctly fitted. Let me fit correct. Oh, again, let me again do it. Again, let me again do it. Try, and ultimately you will achieve. You can see a small bird trying to get up, could not reach. But anyhow, would reach. And I think I have a video you would understand with that video. Let me run that video. Look at this video. I believe you could understand. I believe you could understand that let your opposition party, let the environment hit you like this. Face it. Target your goal. Try to achieve your goal. The pace of hitting was more, but pace of defense was more cool. And if you have cool pace of defense, you continue try to attain your desired dream. I can assure you, one day you would be known for your enterprise. I am reminded of one story. There is an organization in Egypt called as Skate Impact. Skate Impact. Okay. So John Harawi was some person. He was a skater actually. Was doing skating. So he was very passionate of skating. So what happened that when he went to his country, he thought that I need to have some more skaters from our country. And that is how he attempted to convince people. He attempted to convince people to be in these sports, but he could not get success. As he could not get success, what he did, he has chosen skating as his traveling path. That means anywhere he used to go by skating. And when he used to go by skating, people used to look at him. Umar Harawi, name was Umar Harawi. You will search on Google, you will find. Umar Harawi was the name. So when he used to go in the market anywhere, he used to skate and go. And once he used to go, he used to see people. Those people, they used to stand and look at him because it was new thing in that country. As it was new thing in that country, when the people used to stop and see him, he used to ask them that you want to do it, you want to, and out of them, if few of them used to agree, and as few of them used to agree, he used to train them. Okay, and train them. Now the condition is that he has opened a shop. He is having a very big chain of that shop and running that, enjoying his passion, and by that persistence, he could do that. Okay, so maybe in short term you may not get success, but some time it will take and you will get success. Another thing is patience. Patience will solve your all problem. Apna time aayega. Wait for the time. Do work. Wait for your time. Your time will definitely come. There is no single person who is born with the time. That means every day you will have good time. There is no single person. And there is no single person who has always bad time. Your time will come. You just do efforts. This is my belief. This is my thought. And please follow. The another thing which most people talk is believe in self. If you want to be your own boss, you have to treat yourself as your own best friend. Most of us do not do. We look at others. We don't know what qualities I possess, what all I have. Let me share a story here also. One time what happened, 4 monks were crossing jungle and were moving towards city for any work. They were walking, going, talking, chatting. And in the mid of jungle, they found that there is one more monk waiting for some company. And that 5th monk asked all these 4 monks, can I accompany
Hello, sir.
I'm sorry, I was logged out. I don't know how.
Yes, sir, it's okay.
Oh, just a second. I have to look again. Just share the sound is also.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for the disconnection. So I was talking of the story. So 5 monks, they slept below the tree. They in morning they got up, and when in the morning, I think I'm continuing right track. I'm continuing right track. Am I on the track? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes.
Okay, okay. So they were, and in the morning when they got up, they started, they did their daily routine work and freshen up and this all, and then again they moved for the destination. When they were going, the 4 people who were together earlier, one of them asked the fifth one that, hey, monk, you don't have a single penny with you. You are moving to the city. And the fifth man smiled. Again, I am repeating. The 4 of them, one of them out of 4 asked the fifth one that you don't have a single penny and you are moving to the city. The fifth man who joined the group later smiled and said, no, I have money. I am having coins. The person again, the fellow again replied, you have coins, but we did not find in your baggage. In your baggage, there is no money. In your potli, there is no money. Then the fifth fellow replied that, Madam, yours is not unmuted. Madam, yours is unmuted. Madam. Okay, thank you. So fifth, that fellow replied that I have money, but when I was going for Prasanna, I have put my money in your baggage. You searched my baggage, you did not search yours baggage. When I came back, I took money again back. So this is the condition really happening with us, all of us, that we all look at the qualities which others possess. We all look at the qualities, things which others have, but we don't look at ourselves, that what do we have. So therefore, I would request you start loving yourself. And there was a movie, I forgot the name, which has a very patent dialogue that you have to find your own way. You have to find your own way. आपको अपना रास्ता खुद बनाना है. Nobody is going to help you. If others could have made this way for you, why they have not made way for themselves. So therefore, look in yourself what capabilities, what qualities you have. Believe in yourself. Be your own friend and also have faith in self, in God, in teachers, and also in your democratic system. Because not believing in democratic system would not help you out. Because you have to live in that democratic system. You cannot change the system. So therefore, you please have faith in that. So it is very well said that if there is certainty of winning, anybody can fight. And if there is uncertainty and you fight, that means you change your life. जीत निश्चित हो तो कायर भी जंग लड़ लेते हैं. बहादुर तो वो लोग हैं जो हार निश्चित हो फिर भी मैदान नहीं छोड़ते. और भरोसा ईश्वर पे है तो जो लिखा है तकदीर में वो ही पाओगे. If you believe in God, I would say believe in God, but don't be, भगवान के भरोसे न रहें. Dependent on God. Have faith in God, but don't be dependent on God. If you are dependent on God, what is written in your luck that you would receive. मगर भरोसा अगर खुद में है तो ईश्वर वही लिखेगा जो आप चाहेंगे. So if you believe in yourself, what you want, God will write for you the same.
Shah Rukh Khan. I met Shah Rukh Khan 25 to 30 years ago.
Shah Rukh Khan's story.
And he used to call me Sixer Sidhu at that time. Sidhu साहब मैं आपके छक्के देखने आया हूँ. मैं कहा यार सिक्सर सिद्धू मत बोला कर, बाकी जो मर्जी बोल. तो इसको हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट करो तो बड़ा काम खराब हो जाता है. हाँ? So he comes up to me and he says, modern school ground. And in those days he was acting in a serial called Fauji. And there was another one which was called Circus. So मैंने कहा यार, I'm a huge fan of yours, brother. What do you intend doing?
What do you intend doing?
He told me, sir, Bollywood.
Bollywood.
मैं कहा यार Bollywood में जाना है. Cutthroat competition है.
Cutthroat
They'll eat you like a
competition in
sausage for
Bollywood.
breakfast, boss. तू Bollywood में? Bollywood में तेरी मम्मी Bollywood में नहीं, तेरे पापा
Nobody
Bollywood
from your
में नहीं.
family
How
is
can
in
you
Bollywood.
succeed in Bollywood? There is cutthroat competition, I told him. And he replied in one line. He says, Sidhu Saab, I don't compete with the world, I compete with myself.
I don't compete with the world. I compete with myself. This is the statement of Shah Rukh Khan. And you can see where he is. Where he is. Where he is, you can see. The another thing which most people say is about self-confidence. And self-confidence is about reaching from I want to do it to I will do it. Just little, one by one, change of it. Change of attitude is your change of attitude is bringing self-confidence. Is about bringing self-confidence. I want to do it, I can't do it. From I want to I can't. I can't to I want to do it. And I want to do it to how do I do it? And from how do I do it? I'll try to do it. And I can do it. And from I can do it, I will do it. And if you reach from want to, will do it, definitely confidence would exist in this. Would be inbuilt in the confidence. I have one more video, but I will not show because time, I think, is passing fast. I have much more to talk. Another thing which is talked by most people is about attitude. Is about attitude. Now we have to understand how can we change the attitude. We need students to say, look at glass half full. There is a glass half empty, half full. If you start saying it is half empty, that means you are looking at the negative part. You are looking at the negative part. Think of this, that it is half full. Stay away from the negativity. Any kind of negativity. This time of COVID, we have experienced a lot of negativity. So stay away from that negativity. Start talking negative things positively. Find out some positive things in negative situations. Get pleasure from simple achievements. If you have little achievements, received, let's say, one additional thing, have happiness. Because these days it was said that if you are happy, things which provide you happiness, that builds your inner resistance. So have pleasure, try to have pleasure in small things. Don't let yourself being dragged into others' problems, others' complaints. See, I'm talking of maybe somewhere I've used Hindi, and even people from Hindi speaking place would start complaining, no sir, you have spoken Hindi. Maybe those who do not know Hindi, they may say, but being in their suits, they start talking of that. That means you are complaining on the basis of others' problem which you have never faced. Don't try to have that kind of attitude, because if you try to have such kind of attitude, definitely that is going to affect your long-term attitude. Take failures as experience. These are some of the tips which you can see this slide, where in first part of the slide says, Just do nothing. You will say it is impossible. And just do it. Nothing is impossible. I would again share, yesterday I heard this story which was very interesting, that one person who started, was willing to start a business of milk producing. He asked his one of the friends, let us combine and go and buy some of the cows, some of the buffaloes, and let us start dairy business. One day, they planned to go for buying and investing half of amounts. The second fellow did not turn up for going to buy. Then the first fellow determined that let me go and buy. He bought few buffaloes, few cows, started dairy business, slowly expanded dairy business, became a big person, shifted to the Mumbai city, shifted to the big city. One day when he returned back to village to see how village is going on, how village's conditions are, when he was coming in the car, his car was not, some fault happened in the car. When some fault happened in the car, he got up and he looked at somebody, that if there is somebody, shall I ask somebody to help me out? And he saw that behind a tree, there was a person who was, sleeping below the tree. He asked that person, hey man, can you come here? That fellow came near to that and he saw that, oh, he is my friend. That same friend whom I asked to be with the business, to be in the business. When I asked, hey, how are you? When he asked, hey, how are you? And why you are in this situation? He said, nothing. I could not get any job. I have nothing to do. And then simply he said, that day I asked you to come and join me. Why did not you come? You did not turn up. I was waiting for you and then I started business alone. He said, I went home, discussed this thing with my wife. We both thought that if we will enter in such kind of business, wherein business is dependent on life of anybody and life is uncertain, life is not sure. And if suppose we buy cows and buffaloes, they would die. Then how our business would proceed? Look at two things you can see. You want to do, you don't want to. If you think that before starting your business will vanish, will be finished, I think you will not be in a position. The negativity which was existing in that fellow is this, that anything which is attached with the life would not be a successful business. And then let me ask him, are you not living? If you are living, your life is there, how can cow, buffalo's life will not be there? So if you start thinking negatively in that manner, definitely you would not succeed. So you have to change your attitude. Begin. Maybe some loss you will have, but by that you are not going to be finished. Okay, so that is there. This is regarding positive donkey. That means there is a story again, and one person with his donkey to whom he was very much loving. They both were traveling through a village, and there was a well wherein donkey fall in the village. In the well. When donkey fall in the well, he started crying, or donkey started crying. The owner started crying, please save my donkey, please save my donkey, please save my donkey. Villagers assembled, they started putting sand into the well. When they started putting sand into the well, donkey thought, oh my God, my owner who used to love me this much, he is asking people to put sand into the well so that I am buried. He was depressed by thinking. On the second moment when he opened eyes, he looked that where the sand was lying was a higher area, and where he was standing was a lower area. Then he immediately realized that, oh, this sand is thrown because of this reason, that I can climb on the higher portion. Then they will throw the sand in the lower portion. Again, there'll be steps kind of situation, and I can come up. And once he started thinking this, he immediately climbed onto the higher portion. Then another higher was created, another higher he climbed, another higher was created, another higher he climbed, and that is how he came up. Look at the thought process. If you would have thought that my owner is trying to kill me, he would have stood there only. And the higher portion which was created, that itself would have buried him. Because higher has a limit. After that height, it would come down. So therefore in life, you have to think of starting something in life. Before starting, you look at all negative. You will never try to be positive. And yes, there may be positive like Corona. So attitude is like this. Your failure should not change your attitude. It is not the failure which matters, but it is what you do after the failure that matters. Next is like that. Failure is to be treated as a chance for improvement, for better opportunity. Treat failure as an experience. Learn and build on experience. Sometimes your own experience may not be enough. Try to learn from the others' experience. Sometimes your own experience may not be enough. Therefore, try to learn from the others' experience. This video is basically talks about your mistakes to not decide about. It is about Sachin Tendulkar's story, wherein he was dropped 3-4 times, and then he was even stuck on the hurt on the nose. Even then, he, after these all mistakes, hit 4 sixes and that all. So the story is about that. I am not going to take up that video because time is less. The another is this: when there was Katlin Bros coming and bowling, and Sachin and Sidhu Saab and Sachin Tendulkar both were playing. In this case, what happened that India lost 4 or 5 wickets, and then it was very fast track, very fast you can say pitch, and balls were coming like fast wind like that. And Sidhuji said, Sachinji, that Sachin, who was very young, I am talking of initial days, that Sachinji, it is very difficult to play because ball girte hi shararat kar rahi, means it is spinning once, or it is spinning, or you can say what you can say. Okay, so like that it is doing. Therefore, it is very difficult to play. So Sidhuji anyhow passed the over. Now came the turn of Sachin Tendulkar. Sachin Tendulkar facing the ball. Here the person coming, throwing the ball at the speed of 150. Here Sachin running, taking guard, running towards the bowler, and he did not allow ball to drop down. He has just took the ball on full toss and hit 6. And then it was asked by Sidhuji, what you did, man? Then he said, you said that ball girte hi shararat kar rahi, ball is spinning. So I have responded, I have used your experience of spinning and did not allow to spin the ball, and I have hit like it. So I mean to say that sometimes your experience may not be enough. So read the books. So look at the industries, look at the successful people, what they have done. Try to follow that. Right? So that is there. Another thing is creativity. Many people have talked, entrepreneurs have talked about creativity. Our new education policy is oriented towards this only. Generating creativity among the students. We also do not have to provide them direct solution. We have to ask them to have brainstorming. We have to stuck them to some problem and ask them to come out of that problem, derive the solution. And once they do this, once they follow this practice, the creativity will be imbibed into them. Another thing which most of the entrepreneurs have talked is about opportunity recognition, idea generation, opportunity identification. And they say that once you identify opportunity, you must have some USP in that idea. It should be, unique selling proposition, which is not existing in any other's product. The product may be same, but you must have some USP than others' product. I was just last few days interacting with the entrepreneur Nitin Jain from Ahmedabad, who has opened simply a website, and that website is displaying all government tenders available throughout country. Now, what is its USP? You need not to visit every state or central website. You can visit my website, you'll get all the tenders. This is it. All tenders are uploaded there. You can, link is there, you can click and reach on the link, that one. So what I mean to say that you must have in your product, you must have some USP, and also you have to be vocal for your USP. You have to market your USP. If you will not market USP, people will not understand your product. And if you will not understand your product, they would treat your products like other products and would see that you have just imitated. You have just followed. You have just produced in the same product. You should have some imitative, you should have some USP and market your. Another thing is innovation. Innovation is one thing which is required. And we are marching towards developed economy. And in our developed economy, if you want your student to be called as entrepreneur, then you need to have this attitude among them, in them. Okay, so invention into commercialization is innovation. So that means if you have existing something, you add something into it, is innovation. For example, you were having single decker bus, you made it double decker, you made it sleeper, with some facilities. This is innovation. So therefore, innovation is finding new uses of existing things, finding new markets of existing products, finding new source of new source of raw material, like that. That is innovation, and that we need to inculcate among the students. I am again not showing you a clip. I have clip, but only 15 minutes left for me, and therefore I am not showing a clip. But I would tell you to see the Super 30 movie. In that Super 30 movie, when you will see that the students from rural, poor background have, on the basis of their innovation, have done jugaad and have developed a OHV projector, and on the basis of that OHV projector, they have increased their speed of fighting competition. That is an example of innovation which is there in this clip, which I am not showing. This is managerial skill pyramid, which we think should be there. At the top, leadership exists. Time and self-management is the next one. Motivation, training, involvement, plan, organizing, direct control also exists. Another thing which is talked by most entrepreneurs was team building. And there are 4 stages of team building. Forming means wherein you initially introduce people. Another is developing, that is storming, means developing team, wherein there may be a lot of conflicts, wherein there may be a lot of arguments, you resolve that. And then there is norming, wherein what you do, you develop cohesion between the people. And then there is performing, this is a model of team building, wherein you create finally the best team which is ready to fight. And this side you can see, together we can move mountains. Lot of stories are there regarding teamwork, and I believe you know those stories better than me, so I'm not repeating here any story. You can look at this. This short video, so I would go with this. See the leader and team building. How problem of climbing on this height is solved. You can see this. See, and this is the role of, this is where the role of leader comes. And if leader is so innovative, leader is so creative, the team would make the heights possible for all. I think that you all, many of you know about risk taking. Every walk of life, this exists. Therefore, you do not have, or you have zero risk taking capability is not true. All of us take risk. The only thing is we need to convert that our risk taking aptitude towards the business. Towards the business, we need to remove this phobia of losing money. Finance is the tough word, and we need to remove losing of finance. Sometimes it happens, you know, you have vehicle, and when you fall down, you try that, okay, let my body be hurt, but there should not be any loss to my vehicle. Because if there is loss to my vehicle, that will consume some money. But your body, which is, if you are being hurt on the body, that would be recovered automatically. Or, so we need to change that attitude. You bear the risk. Finance is also a thing which will be recovered by time, which will be generated by time. So you need to convert your risk-taking aptitude towards the business activity. And let me tell you one thing, I'm not talking of taking high risk. Start from low risk. Start from business which has very less risk, and try to calculate risk and then take risk. Most of the people who have been successful entrepreneurs, they say they started with low or moderate risk, and then when they created a base, they fought for high risk. Here are some more things. Managing learning shared by entrepreneurs. And these are also very important. I would talk one about finance and cost management. People say if you start business, have low fixed costs. Have as low fixed costs as you have, because in the beginning years, you're not sure about the revenues. If you're not sure about the revenues, the fixed items will consume money from your original capital. So you should try to minimize the fixed cost. That is one thing which has been shared. Another thing they say that you should start as far as possible business with own funds. You should not have habit of consuming borrowed funds, thinking of it is money of others. But let me tell you one thing, if you consume more borrowed funds, there may be a situation wherein you are stuck with a big problem. You can understand the problem which Siddhartha faced, the cafe coffee days, which has a lot of dues. So we should not be in such kind of issues, inside such kind of. Then develop a revenue model. Think of a revenue model in your business. If you have a business, like I was talking of that website, shall I have subscription cost? Number one is the revenue model. I can have advertisement cost. People give advertisement, I generate money out of that. That can, like most of the newspapers you see have subscription, or let's say your membership cost. So that is how it is their revenue model. You also need to have your own revenue model. Maybe it is manufacturing or it is digital enterprise. Then market and marketing situations. The things which have been talked by them is first approach local startups, small startups. About small startups, it was said that you first tap your local market, look at the local market, improve the product, and then go for the global market. So local to global approach is required. Another thing he said that once you approach, tap the local market, then you try to catch the global market by social media, which involves less cost. Very limited cost. You can open your business account in Facebook. You can have your business WhatsApp account like that. Find your market by your own way. That means you have your USP and you need to first create taste among the customers. And once you create that among the customers, I think people will be hungry for your product and will rush towards your product. Another thing is managing human resources. Most people have said that in initial phase of their business, the experts leave. The experts leave. Yes, I can understand. Okay. So, managing human resources. I was talking of managing human resources. Most of the time, startups have said that human resources leave them, expert human resources leave them in between. That means they have started and they thought that it is a startup, it is going to fail. And therefore, let me find another job at good place. So therefore, you need to impart this thing in your workers, in your employees, that by your behavior, by your actions, you should show that yes, I am going to be successful. Your actions and behaviors must reflect that, there, so that you can reduce the employee turnover. Because if you will employ another person, would take again time to recover, to reach to expertise level, or to train. Okay, and try to develop a sense of belonging. With this, I think my almost part is over, and this is a message for all of us. You can see if C can do, why we cannot do, looking at the current conditions.
हाय, मैं स्वप्ना। बचपन से मुझे पेंटिंग करना बहुत अच्छा लगता था। मेरी पेंटिंग्स को देखकर लोग मेरी हमेशा तारीफ करते हैं। बोलते हैं मेरा टैलेंट और मैं बहुत स्पेशल हैं। शायद आप में से कई लोगों से मैं बेटर पेंटर हूँ, पर उसके अलावा मैं बिल्कुल आप जैसी हूँ। मेरी सुबह भी शुरू होती है अलार्म क्लॉक के चिल्लाने से। आप जैसे ही मैं भी उठ के वापस थोड़ी देर सो जाती हूँ। चाय के बिना मेरा दिन भी शुरू नहीं होता। दोस्तों से बातें करती हूँ। मुझे भी तैयार होने में थोड़ा वक्त लगता है। ऑनलाइन रहने की आदत आजकल मुझे भी लग गई है। और उन्नी अपम को आपके जैसे मैं भी कभी ना नहीं कह सकती। हाँ, पर एक बात है जो शायद आप में से बहुत लोग नहीं करते, पर मैं हमेशा करती हूँ। मैं हैंड वॉश इस्तेमाल करना नहीं भूलती। 20 सेकेंड हैंड वॉश करने से यू स्टे प्रोटेक्टेड फ्रॉम जर्म्स एंड डिजीजेस, कोरोना वायरस जैसे वायरस से भी।
This was the message which I wanted to give. Thank you very much. Punarvittam, Punarmittam, Punarvarya, Punarmahi. Etat sarvam punarlabhyam, na sariram punah punah. Everyone must keep in mind that wealth, friend, wife, a kingdom can be attained, gained, regained, but when this body is lost, may never be acquired or regained. Save life, follow distancing, wear mask, wash or sanitize hands, avoid touching face with hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance. Okay, participants, any questions? If you have any questions, you can put in the chat box.
I think I have consumed the right time or less time or more time. I think time is over.
No, sir, it's on time. It's on time.
I'm on time. Okay. Please ask queries if there is somebody asking any question.
So there are a lot of appreciation from the participants.
Great. Please share a piece of advice for working parents, PhD scholars. Apurva ji is asking something. Please share a a piece of advice for working parents, PhD scholars. What do you mean? I mean,
Yes.
what, to be entrepreneur? To be entrepreneur, you want to need advice or what?
Apurva ma'am? Apurva ma'am, are you there?
I think to be entrepreneur, just I would say,
Yeah.
just I would say, Apurva ji, that if you are a working parent, you are a PhD scholar, whatever in your daily life you observe, whatever in your daily life you observe, take a note of that. And if you take a note of that, and if you feel that it can be a business idea, you can proceed. Just before few days, 10 days before, or let me say rather 1 month before, we were talking of an idea wherein our information technology students were planning for an app. They were planning for an app in which hospitals are connected, and which hospital is having vacant beds, or this kind of app we were planning. And within a month, today just I was listening a news wherein it was found that global level one such kind of app has been developed in India. So what I mean to say, any day, any time when you think that there is something creative, which while in your daily life, during your normal working, you identify, you recognize, immediately take a note of that and try to start building on that, because that idea may come in many other people's mind. So work built on them, give 1-2 hours for that, and convert your dream into the success. Even if you are working fellow, try to have work-life balance. Try to have work-life balance, and ये कहते हैं ना 1 घंटा या 2 घंटा उसमें से चुराइए. अगर आपको कोई आइडिया मिला है, you try to have 1 or 2 hours to build on that idea. You see, many of the Japanese video, many of the Chinese video, you will see, they have created things like anything. They have created a bed which can be converted into sofa, which can be converted into material putting things. They have converted, such kind of ideas are already there in our mind. But we never have constructed, we never have built on those ideas. And as we have not built on those ideas have been taken by somebody else and is now prevalent, is now applicable, and is they on the idea which you had first, but you could not earn on that, you could not build on that. Others are earning on the basis of your idea. So I think you can put some time and do that. Anything else?
Sir, as such, there is no any question from the participants.
Thank you
Sir,
very
you
much.
made the entire session very interesting. The way you have explained entrepreneurial concepts with the help of spiritual as well as life examples are really wonderful. So we look forward for your session in future as well. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable time as well as guidance. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you to all the participants, to all the organizers for inviting me. I always like to interact with such a knowledgeable audience. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anytime.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Namaskar.
Yes, participants are requested to give the feedback. Link is already shared. Now you will have a lunch break. Let's meet at 2:30 for the last session of the first day FDP. On the
Thank you,
same
madam.
link. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Jayashree ma'am. Priyanka, Jayashree ma'am is there, na? Huh?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we will start in 5 minutes.
Yes, yes. मॅम अनम्यूट करा तुम्हाला. रवीला टेल रवी.
Yes, ma'am, I will do.
Because they have muted from your end. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am.
Good going. Huh? I was there for the inaugural, and then later, right now I have few guests with me, so I couldn't attend the second session. But yes,
Thanks
very
for joining,
nice. I'm
ma'am.
very happy.
Ma'am, Priyanka is there. She's reading all your profile and all. And along with that, Tejashri Tarla and Shikha Dubey are also there. They are HODs for MBA and MCA.
Okay. Okay, nice. Very
And
good.
Vishal sir is also there.
Yeah.
He's associate
Hello,
director
hello
at
everybody. Hello everybody.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon and welcome.
Am I properly visible?
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you see me properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And who's going to take care of my PPT? Because I had requested because of the poor network at my house.
I am ma'am.
Ma'am, our technical committee will take care of it.
Okay. So, who is the technical committee?
DYPIMR.
One name so that I can tell them.
Ravi would take care of it, ma'am.
We joined from the
We have a champion by the name Ravi.
Okay. Yeah, because a champion is important right
In
now.
committee himself.
Otherwise, whatever name I see on the screen, then ultimately it will be Meghna. Meghna, change my PPT.
करा देंगे, ma'am.
I know. बोलते हैं ना विश्वास भरा नाम पुकारता है इंसान. Great. Happy to see all of you.
Same here, ma'am.
Great.
I've been telling everyone that it's going to be the wonderful session because whenever I've met ma'am, it's always a very positive vibes I've got from you and so much of learning and real inspiration.
Thank you,
I
dear.
guess all the participants will also feel same and really get insight into the women entrepreneurship.
The part is, I said, Meghna has given me a घर पे मस्त खाना वाना खा के बैठे होंगे लोग and now to listen to this lady. What a tough time.
नहीं ma'am, सब अच्छे से सुनते हैं.
I know, because all the teachers and faculties, I'm sure they are aware that how tough it is for a faculty to handle the class after the lunch break. So they all will cooperate me, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm audible properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So let me know when we start.
Ma'am, just in 2-3 minutes, we'll start.
Sure. So how many participants right now? 74 I can see on my screen. Morning opening, there were, I think 108 participants were there, right?
Some people do join. Like now, it was a break, no? So, like
I know. Slowly and gradually they'll join.
Yeah.
I know. So 4 days, various other speakers are there, right? A nice initiative.
Yes, ma'am. We have Apurva madam with us from SPPU, head startup cell, and like many speakers from all over India and from varied background. Like we have kept a mix of academicians and industry people so that participants should get everything, because we are focusing on institute level for the students' development at this point.
No, and this is a very nice initiative, because if you start developing them at this level, by the time they pass out, they will be mentally ready what they are supposed to do. Now this ATAL incubation is preparing students right from school. So
Yes.
that is a beginning, wonderful beginning, very good.
Meghna ma'am, can we start?
Yes, Priyanka, will.
Jayashree ma'am, can we start the session?
Yes, we should.
Yeah, thank you. A very good afternoon to everyone. I welcome back all participants and our third session speaker, Dr. Jayashree Fadnavis ma'am, Principal Director, Designer Learning System, the Finishing School, for third session of first day FDP. Along with that, I welcome our Director, Dr. Meghna ma'am, Associate Director, Dr. Vishal sir, HODs, MBA, MCA, and all dear participants. A self-motivating quote: design, develop, derive, and transcend. Again, I will repeat the quote: design, develop, derive, and transcend. The quote given by our today's resource person, Dr. Jayashree ma'am, which evolved through eminent professional experience in the field of education, business management, media, and social services, with doctorate in soft skills for life management from corporate to common man. The mission statement of Designer Learning System. Ma'am is having doctorate in soft skill for life management from corporate to common man. She has completed her MBA in marketing from Newport University, California, USA. She is having more than 25 years of training experience of nationwide and internationally with JNPT Antwerp team. She has also worked as an executive coordinator for international relations, World Peace Center, UNESCO, Paris. Ma'am worked as an area manager for Pune region with ETV and Ramoji Film City. She has conducted number of soft skills and women entrepreneurship programs in reputed educational institutions, organizations, corporate and senior government officials. Few of them are IMA, Indian Medical Association, National Insurance Academy, MCCI Pune, and also in Yashoda as a national trainer for levels like IS, IFS, collectors, MDs, and chairman of cooperative sector. She's working as a visiting faculty for the Times of India's NIE Memory Training Program for students of more than 50 schools. Along with that, she has actively participated in various TV shows like talk shows, interviews, and cookery shows on various channels. Ma'am is recipient of various prestigious awards. I will name few of them are Woman Entrepreneur of the Year by Bharat Vikas Samiti in the year 2018, Yuva Gaurav Puraskar in the year 2016. Ma'am is also awarded as prestigious Gargi Award 2009, India International Multiversity Award for Women Excellence at the hands of Dr. Vijay Bhatkar. Woman Achiever Award 2007 in the field of education for masses at the hands of Mr. Poonawala. Again, she is also awarded as Dynamic Woman of the Year 2002 in the education field on a Women's Day at the hands of His Excellence Honorable Mr. P.C. Alexander, ex-Governor of Maharashtra. Ma'am, it's our honor and privilege for us to have such a dynamic personality like you with us today. Now, I would like to request Dr. Meghna Vilare, Director DYPIMR, to virtually felicitate Dr. Jayashri Fadnavis Ma'am, Principal Director, Designer Learning System, the Finishing School. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now I would like to request Jayashri ma'am to put some light on developing attitude and adaptability to become woman entrepreneur. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you for such a lovely introduction. Om Saraswati Namastubhyam Varate Kamarupini Vidyarambham Karishyami Siddhaye Bhavatu Me Sada. Friends, prayer is an affirmation and a beginning of your designer thinking. I believe prayer in any form helps you to decide, it plans, and it gives you a positivity to begin your day, begin your work, begin your thinking. And Ma Saraswati, we pray for learning any process. So to start with, first of all, my humble thanks to D.Y. Patil Institute of Management and Research, and of course, my dear friend, Dr. Meghna Vilare, to make me such a lovely part of this lovely journey of developing woman entrepreneur. It's always a pleasure doing each and every little thing for my women. And I think Mr. Vishal just switched off his video. My dear friend Vishal, also for my men friends, I'm here to guide. Okay, so going ahead about this design thinking, it reminds me of a little story, you know. In this lockdown, there was a man and he lost his job and he had nothing to do. So, बेचारा जंगल में घूम रहा था, कुछ काम था नहीं, तो घूमते घूमते पता है तामिनी घाट और ये सारे जंगलों में घूम रहा था, तो उसने एक बहुत बढ़िया सा पंछी देखा और उसे लगा कि वाह व्हाट अ लवली बर्ड, इसे तो मैं कैप्चर करके अपने घर में रख दूंगा, पिंजरे में रखूंगा, बड़ा मजा आएगा, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. सो ऐसे तैसे वो अपने गमछे को उस पर डालकर उसे पकड़ लेता है. जैसे ही वो पंछी उसके हाथ में आता है, वो बड़ा अद्भुत पंछी निकला. वो तो बातें करने लगा और उसने कहा कि देखो भैया, मुझे छोड़ दो, अगर मुझे छोड़ दोगे तो तुम्हें मैं मौल्यवान चीजें दूंगा, 3 मौल्यवान चीजें दूंगा, 3 मौल्यवान रत्न दूंगा. तो इस बंदे ने सोचा कि भाई वैसे भी जॉब वॉब है नहीं, तो I'll need after 5 minutes. Okay, no problem, you can keep the PPT. So you can, you know, so he said कि मैं इस बंदे को छोड़ देता हूँ. तो बोले कब दोगे तुम मुझे मौल्यवान रत्न वगैरह. तो ही सेड कि जब आप मुझे हाथों से छोड़ दोगे तो पहला रत्न दूंगा, जब मैं उड़कर पहली टहनी पे बैठूंगा तो दूसरा, और सबसे ऊपर वाली टहनी पे बैठूंगा तो तीसरा रत्न दूंगा. ऐसे करके उसने अपने आप को छुड़वाने की सोच ली. तो ये बंदे ने सोचा कि चलो वैसे भी मेरे पेट के लाले, अब इस पंछी को कहाँ पालूं, तो उसने उसे छोड़ दिया. जैसे ही वो छूटा, बोला लाइए हमारा पहला रत्न दीजिए. तो उसने कहा कि देखो मेरे मौल्यवान रत्न ये है कि तुम्हें मैं 3 बढ़िया से सलाह दूंगा. अच्छा, पहला सलाह क्या है, देखो तुम कोई भी गलती करते हो तो उस गलती से कुछ सीख लेना, उससे पछतावा नहीं करना, दिन रात रोते नहीं बैठना, oh my god, what did I do, how did I went wrong and how I was doing all this. Don't waste your time on cribbing on your mistakes you do. The mistakes, you're a human being, you are entitled to do mistakes while you're learning. The learning process will not be completed till you do any mistakes. So don't crib over it, उस पर पछताना नहीं, उससे अच्छी सीख लेकर आगे बढ़ना. ओके ठीक है. फिर वो उड़ के दूसरी टहनी पे गया, तो अच्छा, अब दूसरा मौल्यवान चीज क्या है? अच्छा, दूसरी चीज ये है कि आपके सामने कोई कुछ भी प्रेजेंट करता है, आपको कोई कुछ बताता है, तो जब तक आपका कॉमन सेंस आपको परमिट नहीं करता, आपकी सत्सद विवेक बुद्धि, आपकी थिंकिंग एबिलिटी, देयर इज अ क्रिटिकल फैकल्टी बिटवीन योर conscious and subconscious mind. So it tells you what to do in life, where you should take what decision. So अगर आपके subconscious, आपके conscious को, आपको ये हजम नहीं होता कि जो चीज सुनी है वो सही है या नहीं, don't accept any nonsense unless and until you believe it. So use your scientific and rational thinking for taking proper decision. Don't follow anybody just because somebody came and told you or somebody's gossip you're following. Believe in what you have. Believe in what you know. Trust yourself. Okay. Wow, very good. So he goes to the last branch. And ये बंदा बोलता है, लाइए हमारा तीसरा मौल्यवान रत्न दीजिए. तो वो बोलता है कि हंसने लगता है वो पंछी. तो बोलता है, कहाँ से देना है तुझे? तुझे में ही देने वाला नहीं कोई तीसरा रत्न, तो छोड़ो, कोई सलाह भी नहीं. तो वो बंदा बड़ा गुस्सा होता है, बोलता है, क्यों? अब तो मुझे उल्लू बना रहे हो. तो तुम्हें तीसरा सलाह दे के करूं क्या? पहले तो तुम भूल गए. मैंने तुमसे कहा था कि अगर तुमसे कोई गलती हो तो पछताना नहीं. अभी जब तुम्हें लग रहा है, मैंने तुमसे यहाँ आके क्या कहा, वो पंछी जब उड़ता है ना तो उसे कहता है कि अभी तुम्हें क्या बताऊं, मेरे पेट में 3 है रत्न, तो मुझे काटते ना तो तुम्हें 3 रत्न मिलते. तो वो बोलता है कि तुमने इस बात पर विश्वास कर लिया क्या किसी पंछी के पेट में रत्न होते हैं? तो पहली चीज, तुम्हें बहुत पछतावा हुआ कि तुमने मुझे छोड़ दिया. दूसरी चीज, तुमने विश्वास कर लिया कि मेरे पेट में रत्न है. और अब तीसरी चीज, so my dear friends, remember whenever you are going ahead, what is this design thinking? Design thinking is using your experiences, your memory. What is your memory? Your experience from your birth till this moment. So using that experience for doing anything in life, anything and everything in your life, whatever you are doing. Correct? And remember one thing, especially to my women entrepreneurs, knowledge and makeup, both the things are to be applied. जब तक आप उसे apply नहीं करते, you cannot see it. Correct? So knowledge, whatever knowledge you have to preserve it and then go ahead for the further knowledge. Right? You will forget what you have done in engineering, then you will go for management. When you take a management, you will forget the further things. No, my dear friends. Every experience, every knowledge you have can be utilized anywhere and everywhere. You never know which knowledge will be useful for you, and you can execute and go ahead in life. I remember as just now in my introduction, they mentioned about me being executive international coordinator for World Peace Center. There once Shankaracharya ji was there as a speaker in one of our endowment series. So that time he said he will not come on the dais unless and until we do the Padya Puja of evenings. 5:30 or 6 o'clock was his Padya Puja time. So people were afraid now who will take care. He wanted our Puja Thali ready with every type of, we call it chandan and bhasma and everything. So in my childhood, my grandmother would do a big process of doing puja, and it was compulsory for her grandchildren to prepare that puja thali. So that knowledge of preparing puja's thali helped me making one more puja thali for Adi Shankaracharya ji. That puja was performed and he came on the dais to give us the orientation. So friends, your experience, your knowledge, never say no. Even if your colleague is not there, say, yes, I will manage your work. So it is an opportunity for you to learn something. Ultimately, what is designing? Design thinking is everywhere. Whether you're a manager, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a mother, whether you're an entrepreneur. Design thinking is ongoing process. Every minute, and we Indians are so very popular for jugaad management. What is jugaad management? Jugaad management is again thinking about an idea to get the solution. So it is there inbuilt and it is there within. And this 4 days lovely session is going to help us to go more technically, more systematically. So friend, design thinking is everywhere, and whoever you are, it is going to help us then you always need innovative approach in life. As I told you, wherever you go, you have to have that innovative approach, and it is a non-stop process. You're breathing, your ideas are working, your innovative process is working. Design thinking is philosophy and a set of tools to help solve problem creatively. So that is, this design thinking is something different from your technical ability. So you have to develop design thinking because it has got a humanitarian touch. It has a touch of philosophy. It has a touch of empathy. So design thinking specifically focuses on 5 steps in life. It is totally human centric. Unless and until you understand human mind, unless and until you have a lovely interpersonal relationship, design thinking is not possible. So quickly, let us run through 5 stages of design thinking. So what is the first step? So first step of design thinking is empathize. You have to understand. You have to understand the problem. So let us take a small case study of design thinking. See, in Nepal, there was a situation because of freezing cold. The newborn babies sometimes would die because of that cold. So what to do with that? So sometimes they wouldn't reach the hospital. Incubators were there in the hospital, but because of the distance, they couldn't reach. So there was a Stanford University's few students started doing research on it. The empathy for those little babies, what a need to do the design thinking. Then what is the second step? So first step is empathize. So second step is define. So what was the definition? How did they define that empathy? That the season, geographical situation, the roads were bad, so the vehicle availability was not there. The little villages had no ambulance or something which would take them directly, immediately to the bigger hospital, to the government hospitals. So they did the research with the localites, they did the research with the hospitals, the governing bodies. So they realized that they cannot reach the hospital and the babies cannot be saved. So the combination of first stage, it's still the opening slide. Okay. Yeah. I'm not on the opening slide. It's okay. Right now, I don't need the slide. Fine. So first stage is empathize, the empathy for those babies. Second is defining why that situation has come. Bad roads, bad season, bad availability of vehicles, then little bit of illiteracy. They also did not have a lot of money, poverty. So many things. So these two step 1 and step 2 created stage 3, ideate. So slowly and gradually, the team started working on ideas, how to solve this problem. See, in design thinking, you yourself, along with your team, you have to work on this process. So in the third process, they started ideating. What can we do? How the incubator should be? Then there is a poverty. So it should be a little of a low budget that each and every common man can buy. Then it should be portable. It should be little handy. So this continuous research started, how we can make it economically viable for the masses to buy. So in that, they started, the fourth stage is prototype. Prototype is making that design which has come up with all this of first is your empathy, then is your defining, third is your idea. These 3 stages take you to the prototype. So whatever is available with you, you start making the product. So here the product was making an incubator for a little baby to keep that baby warm and nice. So slowly and gradually, they came up with a tiny little bag, sleeping bags. You must have seen sleeping bags when you go for hiking and trekking. There are big sleeping bags. So the similar type of small, lightweight sleeping bags were created. And friends, what name to this bag this Stanford University students gave? The name given was Embrace. So this is also one creativity, that the name of the bag was Embrace, correct? So this is how design thinking works. So my dear friends, Today's topic of ours is attitude and adaptability. So let us go ahead. Now I will go and move ahead with my slides. So let us see how do we develop our design thinking. So while we are going ahead with this design thinking, I would like to ask my faculties few questions. That have we designed ourselves as a faculty? How am I as a faculty? Because some of you must be getting students right after 12th standard, just coming out of their teenage. Some of them are coming for the management. So some thoughts have been already rigid. They have formed some ideologies. They have come up with some mind programming, regional problems, cultural problems. So many things are there to handle when it comes to design thinking and developing an attitude and adaptability, right? So I have to first look into myself as a faculty. Am I using all these tools to take care of my student, whatever subject I'm teaching? If I'm teaching graphics, if I'm teaching M1, M2, M3, if I'm teaching interpersonal relationships or some management topic or accountancy, whatever. So as a faculty, along with the technical knowledge, along with the subject knowledge, do I have these 5 things in me, the 5 stages, what we developed and designed, empathy, all these things I have to develop first in my personality, right? So coming back, how I am as a faculty, am I following the golden rules? Then, whenever you are in trouble, like in college days also, they will have many incidences where there will be troubleshooting time, where will be, I remember I was working I was developing School of Holistic Development in MIT University. And 2 years ago, there was a big famine, heavy rains were there. So the students, the way they all helped each other to come out of that huge waterlogging. So all those things, developing, helping each other, taking care of those students who have got caught in the water. So all this is what? This is developing an attitude, and the design thinking will help you everywhere. So not only for becoming an entrepreneur, for becoming a good, unless and until you are a good human being, unless and until you have an ability of design thinking, you cannot be successful in every area. So there should be a good combination. The entrepreneur has to be a good combination. Then again, I have to have one more idea. Am I very specific as a faculty? Do I have an ability to talk specifically? Do I talk logically? Do I check myself that every session I give to my students, what was the output? What are the takeaways? Are they taking it? Are they following it? So all these things will also develop the similar thing in our students also. One more thing I want to remind is my women entrepreneurs. At the end, I would talk about it. Just remind me, I want to talk about what as a woman we have to take care of. Okay, so going ahead with the, can I go to the first slide, please? Yeah, second. One more, please, Ravi, one more. Right. So the women, an important untapped source of growth sector in India. Now, right from morning, you're listening to it, you were listening to MSME. And I think Mr. Karlekar introduced design thinking and women entrepreneurship, everything very nicely. Then creating new employment and avenues for economic and overall development. See, girls, I would, all the faculties, you have to, understand our women entrepreneurs. See, I would never say only women entrepreneurs. It's a combination, men and women take together, not being gender biased, because we have to develop both the candidates together, correct? So there should be a big support system. When you are trying to develop this women entrepreneur, the boys or the male students will be a great support system, because we are incomplete without men around us. So coming back to create new avenues, why? What is the base we have to give? the woman can live on her terms if she is an entrepreneur. Correct? She can enjoy every role of life. She can be a mother, she can be a wife, she can be a sister, because woman is multifaceted. She is multitasking. So from my experience, I have realized that few years for experience, you can take up a job. But after that, if you are a woman entrepreneur, you can work on your terms and you can go ahead in life, which gives you a great mental satisfaction also. Many more issues to be handled like socio-cultural barriers, gender inequality, and so on. So all these factors also, while you are becoming a woman entrepreneur, we have to handle cultural barrier. In our generation, I think your generation is really lucky. You know, those students who are right now in the college or doing management, your mothers must be of my age, because they will be supporting. They will never tell you that, right? There are no controls like you have to get married the moment you complete your education, और अभी हमारे घर में तो जॉब करने की कोई जरूरत ही नहीं है, तो घर पे बैठो, किसने कहा है बिजनेस करो, ये वो. All these things are slowly gone from the families. The mothers are educated, they are supporting, they want their daughters to do something nice, they want them to go into business, and most of them are single child or a single brother or a sister around. So even these family barriers, those cultural barriers are slowly eradicating because of the education what has been given to the women at home. The educated mother, the educated mother-in-law, the educated sister, everybody becomes a big support system. We can go ahead. Next slide, please. So while programming and developing this attitude, what I see is catch them young, correct? So what do I mean by catch them young? You all have them young with you. But before that, whenever we talk or whenever we guide some entrepreneur or some person, see, one thing in entrepreneurship or developing an entrepreneur or you're working in some office, continuously human analysis has to be done. Now, there are various tools also, like psychometric testing is there. You can understand which multiple intelligence of this person is there. So, for example, if you have a person with kinesthetic intelligence, you cannot continuously force him to visualize, dream, and understand, because spatial intelligence will be different. So, the first thing is you will have to do your self-analysis, correct? Coming back to 0 to 7 years of age. What is this 0 to 7 years of age? What I mean to remind all of you that every person is different. And many times you must have visited hospital that Masi ko baby ho gaya, Didi ko baby ho gaya. We go and see a little born baby in the hospital. But do we ever come and discuss, you know what, she's got a baby with a negative attitude or a positive attitude? No, my dear friends. This attitude develops through surrounding, through people in the family. There are so many things, factors which develop attitude. A person at home is of a negative attitude, like many families keep telling, just now it was a summer season. I'll give you a little example of that. Like if there is a guest at home at 2:30 in the afternoon, maybe the woman at home is relaxing after every work in the house is done, and suddenly somebody comes, so she's irritated. And she said, oh my God, abhi kaun aaya? And she opens the door, and one of her husband friends says, I was passing by and I thought, let me see if my friend is at home. Nahi ji, wo to hai nahi. But person standing at the doorstep and mid of a day and scorching heat outside. So she says, okay, please come in. So they offer a glass of water, and she thinks of offering him some juice or a lemonade. So going in the kitchen, she has a son who is 3-year-old, 4-year-old Raju, who comes running and he says, I will offer the juice. So the mother is irritated, and the irritation, remember my dear friends, this attitude pursues everywhere in life. the human mind tries to dominate on the subordinates, your assistants, your students, your weaker factors. So suddenly she shouts at that child, what is this? बीच में क्यों आ रहे हो? क्या हो रहा है? ये सब मत करो. चलो हटो. So the poor child goes aside. Then again he comes. Mama, who is that? कौन आया है? Who is that? Oh my God, आप इतनी बड़ी personality बन गए हो कि अभी आप उनको जाके आपको introduce कराओ, ये कराओ, वो कराओ. So the child again is denied with the introduction. Third thing, he says, I will take the juice. She said, no, you will drop it, you will break it. You are destructive. That was the subconscious suggestion which has gone in that 0 to 7-year-old person. Then the juice is offered. The child goes inside. हमारे यहाँ क्या कहते हैं? बड़ों के बीच में बात नहीं करनी है. I'm telling you how the attitude develops in human mind. If you understand this theory well, you will never ever get angry with any person, whether you're dealing in business or you're dealing in your office or in your institution. Because you will get a habit to get into his personality and analyze what type of person he is. And there your design thinking will start working in 5 stages. So the child is sent inside and suddenly, while that mama is talking to the guest, room से आवाज आती है, धाड़ धूड़ कुछ गिर जाता है. Oh God, ये बच्चा एक मिनट चैन से नहीं बैठता. She goes inside and एक धपाक, एक थप्पड़ लप्पड़ पड़ती है उस बच्चे को. Then she comes out, the guest goes. So इसमें programming क्या हुआ? कि you are not presentable. You are no smart boy that I should introduce you to somebody. Third thing, you are destructive, you are spoiling things. Fourth thing, why that child, the biggest programming what happened on his personality, the negative attitude which got developed was, whenever there is somebody new, stranger, mama comes and hits me. If I talk in between, ये बड़े लोग जो strangers होते हैं, जो authorities होते हैं, they are bad. That was one more thinking. So the negative personalities develop, and the same continues when the child goes to school. The teacher says, he didn't speak anything in the oral exams. The mother says, oh no, she knows everything. We used to talk at home. घर पे तो बड़ा parent जैसे सब answers देता है. So but the teacher says, no, he did not speak in the class. So the programming of negative attitude, same happens in your engineering viva, same happens, the reflection goes on till your interview. So the programming is happening right from childhood, and again this programming is repeated when the child comes to college, when the child comes to any company. In the company, if he says, ma'am, should I welcome those guests? Ma'am says, बाकी लोग हैं करने के लिए. Ma'am, should I make your presentation? आप मेरा presentation बनाओगे? So again he is declined. So demotivating factor develops negative attitude. Same case, positive attitude कैसे develop होता? The child comes running, who has come? Come, I will introduce you, daddy's friend. Go and say hello, talk to him, ask him what is he doing. So you don't have to work on him at the time of process of interview. Introduce yourself in 30 seconds or 1 minute. ये बहुत बचपन से बच्चा सीख लेता है. That attitude comes, positive attitude. Second thing, if the child would have said, can I take the glasses? The mama would have said, yes, why not? Today you take 1 glass. Tomorrow I will give you 2 glasses. Eat good food. You will be strong and nice. Giving positive suggestions continuously. As a faculty also, continuously, I have to motivate my students. Yes, you can do it. It's okay. Today you do 1 part. Tomorrow you can do 2 parts. So success comes step by step, again and again. The reinforcement of continuous efforts will go on. And third thing, when he speaks to that person, he will never ever get a phobia of a stranger. So this is what I mean by 0 to 7 years, where the attitude develops. And same habit of elders, of teachers, they have to remember continuous motivation, positive suggestions to develop a positive attitude, attitude to receive, attitude to define, attitude to ideology, attitude to empathize. So parents, family, surroundings, environment, socio-culture, regional conditions, everything keeps on developing attitude, negative or positive. Remember, my dear friends, all this is received through your 5 senses. Thank you. Ravi, please go ahead. Can we have a next slide? Thank you. So let us understand now, when you have come to this, once we have understood how the attitude develops, let us understand that how does it matters in our management language? How does it happens in our technical terms? What is the definition of word attitude? Attitude, a complex mental state involving belief, feelings, values, dispositions to act in certain ways. हर बार जैसे कोई सिचुएशन आती है, आप कैसे रिएक्ट करते हो, उससे आपका एटीट्यूड रिफ्लेक्ट होता है. For example, if you are walking on the street and suddenly one of your friend, the moment she sees any beggar or something, she said, "Shh, go ahead, I don't want to give. Jao, bajo jao," and she starts shouting. So her attitude is different, and somebody might pull out 10 rupees and give it to that beggar. So every person responding different to a similar same situation is also known as your attitude towards a particular condition, particular situation. How do you react on that particular situation? Developing life skills to handle any good, bad, or critical conditions, situations in business or life. So here, what is the suggestion? Right from the time the students have come to us, we should continuously reinforce the life skills, soft skills in them. Your business manners and etiquette, very, very important. Saying thank you, expressing gratitude, because ultimately you are a human being. What product you are creating is for the human being. In design thinking, we thought, what is the first stage? That is the empathy. Unless and until you have an empathy, you have a golden rules of human behavior, you have a soft skill in you, people will not get connected to you. So it is very, very important that it starts. See, there are scientific reasons why the business manners and etiquette have been developed. The moment how you talk, the other person will speak. If you shout at somebody, you will get a sorry. Hey, kya kar raha hai? Hey, tujhe kya karna hai? If you say, excuse me, do you need any help? Oh no, thank you so much. It is how you present yourself, your attitude for the situation. You can choose what you want. You can choose what you want. The other person, how the other person should behave. It is in us. We need to select. You can choose what you want. If you want a shout, you ask for a shout. If you want love, you present love. It is your attitude, your way of behavior, what will come back to you. It is never the other person. Every time you speak, right? Many times we select the shopkeepers. In business, you will remember, you go to the market. Oh no, wo bada khadus hai yaar, shopkeeper. I don't want to go. I don't like. Haan, kya chahiye? Kya chahiye? Wo specific bolo. Then you don't like that type of a shopkeeper. You like a shopkeeper. Oh yeah, madam, आइए, बैठिए. No, doesn't matter. I'll show you a few more things और 10 चीजें दिखाते हैं. आप लेना है, नहीं लेना है, कोई बात नहीं मैम. ये जो attitude है, वो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है. So he wants his customer to buy things, choose things. So what is it? You have to have an attitude to present everything on the platter. You never know. He might have come for one particular thing, but he will become maximum on the platter. And there, again, I would like to remind you, the mall system, why it is more successful, because when the person is strolling in the mall, he sees 100 items, he goes to buy one thing and buys bag full, basket full, trolley full of items. So my dear friends, your attitude is, if you want the other person to behave the way you want, it should be your question, your ability to talk. If I want the person to meet me, I might say, sir, I want to meet you. Ma'am, I want to meet you. Ah, yeah, come anytime. Communication skills. Anytime. Okay. Sir, should I come tomorrow? No, kal mera training hai, our faculty development program is going on. Acha, next week, kabhi next week aa jao appointment leke. But how does the communication skill teaches you? You have a right way of asking close question. If you ask, ma'am, should I come on a Monday or on Thursday? So the other person's brain works only on two options. He will think Monday, no, the FDP is on. Thursday, yes, you can come on Thursday evening. So these 2 days are also comfortable for you. So understand, my dear friends, these skills will teach you this term. You can choose what you want and get it from other person. And there, again, your soft skill, life skills will help you to evolve your attitude to become successful as an entrepreneur. And that starts right from your teenage. You can learn it through, like I would request all the faculties to think about it and implement in every subject what you're teaching, with the group games, with the group activities. Also, along with when we give them the activities, group activities, now our activities are going on Zoom or we are doing breakout rooms. So through that also, we come to know the attitude of a particular person. So after the session, you might give him suggestions of behavioral attitude also, which is going to be an important part in becoming an entrepreneur. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, attitude development for an entrepreneur. Passion for business, how to find it, right? I must know it is not only required that I have a knowledge of something, so that business I would do. No, many times we have seen examples, a great example is in our acting film industry. We have seen Dr. Mohan Agashe, who was the psychologist. We have seen Mr. Girish Oak, who is also a doctor. So sometimes when we look at them, we feel, why did you waste 2 medical seats? Because that time they did not have someone to guide them like this, to select their profession, to check their attitude or intelligence. So it is very important to do your self-analysis. What are my strengths? What are my likings? What are my hobbies? That if I'm an engineer, but I am into hiking, trekking, and I love to go to Himalayas, so I might get into some products which are useful for trekking. Trekking has become a big business. So let me find out how those things happen. What is the maintenance? It will definitely help. And if the young man is a trekker, he would know how that equipment is more useful. Same way, you have to find out what is your passion. So again, one more soft skill or a life skill comes in is your self-analysis. And if you cannot do it very particularly yourself, do get your psychometric testing, because after every 5 years, you must do your self-analysis, because with the help of environment, with the help of experiences, your personality keeps evolving. You'll realize your strength column is going bigger, your weakness column is coming down, correct? And phobias, you need not have phobias if your strength column is very strong. Phobias come out of your weakness, right? There is nothing like threat in this life. There is nothing like phobias. We create. Phobias are always man-made. Even a little child in darkness, we tell him it is dark. Don't go there. Otherwise, a young child can walk, correct? So you have to understand, find out what are your likings, what are your expertise, how you can create your team, and you can tell your youngsters as a faculty, when you notice something, you can just pass a comment and sow a seed in that student's mind. Oh, you are very creative. You do these things very well. Maybe you can have some analytical charts ready in your organization. AIC is there everywhere nowadays in every institute. So with the help of AIC, you can always have an analytical chart and find out the student intelligence, whether he can become an entrepreneur or not, or he's a manager material. because there are, again, attitude and tendencies, attitude and gratitude. It has to go hand in hand together. So what are the things I have to develop in me? I should be trustworthy. So being trustworthy comes right from your childhood. Every friend or every faculty, if I tell Sudesh to do something in the class, I don't have to look back. He does it 100%. I have given responsibility to Sudesh, matlab ye kaam ho gaya. So that is a level of being trustworthy to Sudesh. So every candidate, we have to develop, whoever wants to become an entrepreneur has to be trustworthy. Like if you visit some shop, or if you visit some industry, or you buy some product, one XYZ company's product, and if you feel you're cheated, and then you go to that company and you tell them, you know what, last year I purchased so-and-so machine from you. So he says, हाँ लिया तो होगा पर अभी नहीं मैडम अभी नहीं होता ये था. What you tell? Immediately you tell 10 people, and nowadays internet gives stars, right? You take a feedback on internet, immediately your stars will go down, and your clientage, your customers will go down. So being trustworthy, being supportive, giving service oriented is very, very important. And your trustworthiness comes right from your day-to-day living, day-to-day life. So every activity you do, your team should believe, this is one of the leadership quality also, because unless and until you are a leader, you cannot become an entrepreneur, because you have to lead the team, you have to become a good team member, and you have to be a trustworthy member. And trustworthy can start from keeping the secrets also, because your team will also have, many things to share with you. And if they feel कि नहीं मैडम से बात की, सर से बात की, तो वो कहीं नहीं जाती, मुझे सही सलाह मिलती है. Or in the college, students also, giving them the training how to be trustworthy will help them in long term. Flexible for change, but no compromise in your values, right? May what happen, I will not compromise in my value system. And especially when you become an entrepreneur, when you are selecting a particular product, it can be food. It is very, very important in food industry. If you get into food industry, some products or cosmetics or medicines, druggist. So all these things, it is very, very important to have a quality check, continuous quality check. And may the market go down, may something will go down. You remember the Maggi war, Nestle war. So because of the food industry, the war, but again, they regained because they did not give up in their quality. They proved that they were not wrong, correct? So the quality, may what happen, your values should never ever change. Even when you are as a woman entrepreneur, there's one more threat you will always have, that if you're graceful, smart women, there can be different proposals and approaches towards you as a woman when they are talking to you. So very politely, humbly, assertively, I have to tell the person, look, my dear friend, I'm here for a business. I respect you. The goal of this meeting is doing 1, 2, 3, 4 activities for our business. If that is not possible, thank you very much. But remember, my dear friends, especially women friends, it is very important to be assertive but polite. I'm sorry, I cannot accept this, okay? Thank you. I will remember your good qualities and get back to you whenever required. Continuously, these values of your being women has to be taken care of. Whether you're at home, do not beg for small little things. Because if your product is good, if you're quality oriented, there is no chance that you will be not successful. Sooner or later, yes, you will get that success, and people will start appreciating your quality product, your quality behavior, and your value system. So friends, may what happen, never ever give up your ethics and your value system. Fear of failure shouldn't hold one back. Yes, failure, it's the entrepreneurship is like a bouncing ball. It will go down, but it will come up again. And for a woman, there are 5, it's a juggler's life. We have seen the jugglers in circus. So imagine the woman is always carrying multiple balls, and she has to play with every ball, and not a single ball can be dropped, especially the family and relationship, the glass ball. She has to take care of it, because if that drops, rest everything will drop. Because once the glass is broken, cannot be stuck. Those cracks will remain, whatever Fevicol ka jhool you lagao. Correct? So that glass ball, your team, your family, you have to handle it very nicely. Rest of the 4 rubber balls can go down. Your business, your passion, your hobbies, they can go up, they can come down. But the family, the team, the relationship, your office team, and your family. Because as a woman entrepreneur, I would like to share one experience, what I'm talking about, that I started this Elixir Academy for Self-Development in 1998, and with my partners. So in 2008 and 9, again, there was a situation like pandemic-like situation. Because of swine flu, that time I had around 30 branches all over Maharashtra. So all those branches were shut down for 6 months. And we had every month courses. Every branch had 40 people working. From where do I generate their salaries? How long I can take loans? So after 6 months, I told them, okay, look, my dear friends, these are the properties, these are the liabilities. If I sell these properties of our institute, this is the money I will raise. And out of that money, I will clear all your salaries. And I request you all to go ahead and take a new job, because after this month, I won't be able to develop any funds for your families. What a surprise thing to me. My entire team told me, ma'am, just give us 2 hours and we will get back to you and let you know what we should do as a solution. After 2 hours, when all my employees, around 400, even today I feel really touched when I remember that incident, that so many employees, they came up and they said, madam, we have been living like a big family in our organization. And today, because of this pandemic situation, because of this swine flu situation, these things have happened, not a problem. Within 2-3 months, again, our institute will start running and we will get back to good. Now, right now, what we will do, from next month, the institute is starting. So young counselors who were college students who used to tell about the courses, they said, ma'am, hum log to apne ghar mein rehte hain, we will come on the bike. You just pay us for the petrol. And you don't give us any salary right now. You keep it writing, keep it continuously adding to our account. Then they discussed that Mr. Sanjay needs 20,000 because his rent and school fees of his children. Mr. Umesh needs 35,000. They pulled out bare minimum expenses of each other and they all created a finance chart for me. And with the grace of God, within 6 months, we recovered from our situation, and all that money which we had kept in their account pending, within 1 year or 2 years, all my employees bought their vehicles and their lot of saving was done. But why? Because of a great teamwork, because of a great interpersonal relationship. So my dear friends, hold back, even if there is a little setback. Setback is always there, but we can find out ways. Again, the design thinking will help you to have empathy. All my team had empathy for me and our team, and we came out with such solution, and then we survived and we grew into 60 branches all over Maharashtra. Again, today is a pandemic. All my branches are shut down for last almost 2 years now. Now God knows what's going to happen. So making timely decisions is very important. That is one thing, that think at that moment what I want and what the best result I'll get. Let not the nature take care of it. You are an entrepreneur. You have to do this, correct? So my dear friends, timely decision, quick decision. So learn the skill of decision making. Don't become indecisive person. So all these, like making a decision is also a process. Before you become an entrepreneur, you have 4 years time, you have 2 years time. Train your students in all these skills. So decision making is also one skill which we faculties also should learn and our students should also learn. Next, please. Maintain a work-life balance. Very important for my women entrepreneurs, because unless and until we see, I always give an example. People say ki my personal life, professional life. So when I tell you to look at my right hand, you will be able to focus. When I tell you to focus on my left hand, you will be able to focus. But if I tell you focus at a time, that right hand is my work life, office life, and left hand is my personal life. Look at my both the hands at a time. Can you look at it? No. But when I do this, you all can focus. Same as our life. There is nothing like professional or personal. Yes, discipline is important. That discipline once you get, the time management once you get, see, again and again, I'm talking about all life skills to become an entrepreneur, because your technical knowledge you will gain, you will get your degrees, but this thing will come through life experiences only. So remember, you have to balance it very well, and that will be balanced only with time management and a good teamwork at home. Ego in control. I don't have to have that ego. You know, many mothers like me, sometimes we have an ego, you know, whatever, jo bhi ho raha hai, mere karan ho raha hai, I am only worried, they don't go on time, they don't. No, my dear friend. We, even at family, we are a big team. Even in office, we are a big team. I just have to control my ego and discuss politely with my family. You know what? I have to reach at 9 o'clock to my office. So it'll be nice if you all take care. And I think pandemic has taught us to help each other, do entire housework. So let us continue with this habit without getting into an ego of a male, female, learning through team membership and taking our business ahead. Many of my women friends, they've become an entrepreneur, they do cooking, like they are giving tiffins, and the husbands are dropping that to the society gate. So the new business has started. So that is going to help. Believe in yourself. All your, you know what, if you are an entrepreneur, there will be many situations where is mahine business nahi hua, how will I raise the money? Not necessary. Remember one thing, always when you are developing an entrepreneur, there is one more thing entrepreneur has to remember. Entrepreneur is always alone, because when you tell them I have left a job, the whole team would, or the family members would say, the friends would say, किसने बोला था इतना बड़ा चेक आ रहा था हर महीने, तुझे प्रॉब्लम थी क्या? Because nobody wants to give you loan, nobody wants to give support. So here, what I was telling you that time, that maintain your creativity, maintain your hobbies. So again, I would like to share one experience what I have lived myself. So I believed in myself that there will be something what will help me raise some money, some funds. There was a time when a situation during that pandemic only, 2008 and 9, my son was to go to engineering college and I had to pay, his paid seat was for 75,000 in good college. If he doesn't get directly, because that was the first year where online admissions were reflecting in College of Engineering, we all were sitting and कौन से college में number आएगा ये सारा. पर अगर मुझे paid seat लेनी पड़ती थी तो 80,000 I had to keep ready, and that was the time my institute was down, we had no other source of money, and I suddenly remembered that I am a passionate driver. I used to participate car rallies, friends. So I said, let me do something, and there was one community, Mahavir Society near my house, where I went and put up the poster that only women will be trained for driving, one-to-one personal driving training will be given. So in the morning, I had one batch 5 to 6, 6 to 7, and 7 to 8, and in each car 4 women. And everybody would pay me 2,000 for the hour. So I had 8, 8, 8, 24,000 ready for that month if I take 3 classes continuously. So 2 months when I trained, 3 months I trained these women for personal driving, their car, their petrol. And every woman would get 15 to 20 minutes drive. And the complimentary, remember in entrepreneurship, people love to have something complimentary. You remember, even if we go to some sabzi wala, he gives little dhania more, you're happy. He gives little kadi patta more, you're happy. So complimentary things, always when you're designing your mind, what is that extra you can give? So that way I gave them one extra session of driving in ghats at night. Okay, what are the precautions you're supposed to take when you drive at night? How do you drive in ghats? So this extra habit of mine helped me to develop excess fund. So understand yourself, analyze yourself, find out what skills you have, and you can come out of that situation. So circumstances you can work on. Encourage, so believe in yourself that may anything happen, I will come out of this situation. Talk to right people, take right guidance. Don't feel ashamed of going and talking. But remember, you need to take advice from right type of people. Don't go and talk to any Tom, Dick and Harry. Problem hai, waisa problem hai. Find out. Today, Google and internet, you have internet baba for everything. Will give you the background of that person, his expertise. You can take a appointment, go and meet that person. Not everybody is going to charge you. And even if they charge you, respect that because it is their profession. Hire people professionally so they will give you services responsibly, right? So take advice from right kind of people. Train your students to do that. Even when they are going to be entrepreneurs, tell them the habit of going and doing the homework, which we already trained them for before going for interviews. So similar thing is done for your entrepreneurship also. Encourage and accept criticism. Very important because that will help you grow your business high. So encourage, whenever you're doing something, ask other person, hey, can I have your feedback? Can you tell me how is it going? Or you didn't like, see, the human mind doesn't like someone, we select friends who appreciate you. We don't like people who come and tell you, these 2 things I don't like in you. We start avoiding that person. So entrepreneur first has to listen to a critic. Then only you will become an expert product maker, an expert entrepreneur. So develop that habit of accepting criticism gracefully and don't put yourself down. कि बाप रे ऐसा बोलता है ये बंदा, मुझे तो expected ही नहीं था, he will come and criticize me like this. He will, and anybody and everybody who criticizes you better. In Marathi we have a saying, निंदकाचे घर असावे शेजारी. A critic should be your neighbor. The moment he criticizes, you're perfect. Correct? You remember a small attitude in our life. If there is somebody, if even today, if someone tells you, oh, I'm coming and visiting your house. First thing what we do, we run around, we check कि मेरा घर सब ठीक ठाक तो है ना. We make the pillows good, we do the dusting, we keep the things nice. Why? Because the person should not criticize you. Same as your business. If somebody is visiting your business, your setting should be perfect and nice. Your product, your presentation, your values, everything should be clean, neat, and perfect. And even after that, there is a criticism. Remember, a black dot is observed first on a white paper. So accept criticism very gracefully. It will always help you to grow successfully. Get out of your comfort zone. As I explained you that I trained people in driving, I came out of my comfort zone. The person who used to have a driver had to go and teach people driving, had to become a tutor as a driver. Because those 3 years, my financial situation was horrible because all my centers were down. and there was no money to get and nobody was ready to give loan. So remember, my dear friend, this type of situations will come, and for that, you always have to be on your toes. You cannot say, I have never done this and I will never do this. No, then you are not an entrepreneur. Then sit at home, cry, and wait for somebody to give you on platter, which doesn't happen. Then getting into depression, then visiting a psychologist. And ultimately, we have seen what people are doing in this pandemic due to depressions. So why make yourself so weak? Right from day one, be strong, make your candidate students also strong, giving them an awareness of the surroundings, because most of the families have one kid now. So they are over pampered. They feel whatever they want will be given. So tell them, if you want to become an entrepreneur, if you want to work somewhere, there is a case of one student who is excellent engineer, but he has shifted himself to be a drummer. He doesn't want to get into any other business. But then a very nice idea was given. As a drummer, what all you are going to enjoy, what are you going to learn, what are you going to study, and what are you going to sell. Give a rational picture and then tell it is your choice whether to take up a job or be a drummer lifetime. Because the parents are not going to feed you right time. No other people will feed you lifetime. So giving a rational picture is very, very important. Rebound quickly from the setbacks. As I told you, the story which we started, that the bird said, कि कोई भी गलती हो गई तो उस पे रोते नहीं रहना, पछताना नहीं. So we have to develop this attitude to rebound, become go-getter. And for that, again and again, I insist, your thought process should be scientific, logical, and rational. If it is a pandemic, and if I'm going out, I have a life threat. My business has gone down. Doesn't matter. Even if I don't earn for 3 years, whatever clothes I have, I can wear them. Whatever food and money I have, I can survive on them. A good calculation can be done and the life can be lived. So rebound, that this situation will go, and this situation is a good time. I remember J.R.D. Tata always mentioning that the recession is the best time to upgrade yourself, to upgrade your skills. Same way, I think whenever there is a time you are down, before you are going ahead with the rebound, you take care of it, learn, upgrade, 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 and that will help us. Get out of your comfort zone, as we discussed. Okay, let's go ahead. Ravi ji, aage badhaiye. Thank you. Now, this was the attitude, how we have developed ourselves, right from childhood till this moment. How much time I have? I have half an hour more, Meghana.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, we will take the last 15 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, so it's fine me taking 20 minutes more, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so ability to change something or oneself to fit into the occurring changes. That is adaptability. We just spoke about the pandemic, right? We have to be adaptable. That yes, now I have to sit at home. Now I have to protect myself. I have to wait till the vaccine. And what all I can do. We all faculties. Let me appreciate all of you, my dear friends. The biggest change who has faced is all we faculties. We used to stand in the class and meet all of our students, be happy about it, train them, teach them. And today, we are sitting at home. We had to learn all the gadgets, Google Meet, WebEx, and whatnot, and Zoom. And okay, how to make it happy, how to make it playful. I really congratulate all my faculty fraternity, teachers fraternity, who has undergone this change and picked up and being adaptable. That is the greatest adaptability. Salute to all of you. Ability to cope up with the unexpected disturbances in the environment. Yes, again, we are coping up. So same thing in the business. Every time the product will change, See, initially, if you remember, there were those boxes, telephone, phone बेचने वाले थे, phone booth थे, fax machine थे, right? So all those things, suddenly one fine day, mobile came. There were pagers for sending messages. Suddenly BlackBerry came. Then there were mobiles have come up, and slowly and gradually, all those telephone booths have vanished. All those fax machines have vanished. So imagine those vendors who had invested in all that, gone. So change is continuous and it is unexpected. That time when they invested in that business, that time they didn't know what will come up. You know, friends, artificial intelligence is the biggest threat to every entrepreneur because you wouldn't know what change will come at what time. All the pathological labs, you know, all senior citizens would sit in a line to check their blood sugar every morning, evening. But today, one little equipment tells them what is the blood sugar sitting at home. Only if there is a great variation, they will go to the lab and check the sugar. So the business, what was 100 patient or 500 patient per day went to 10 patients per day. So it is unexpected. The machine was developed. Then the machine of your blood pressure. Unless and until there is a great increase in BP or decrease in BP, otherwise the medicos used to visit home to take the blood pressure. Things have changed. Same, your driver, your Uber, your Tesla. So every time artificial intelligence is going to be a big threat to you and you have to keep yourself updated, adopt the change and go ahead. So whichever field I am, what is the latest? If I'm a fruit vendor, I must understand there is a technology which has come up of dry fruits, dried ones. The strawberries are dried in a particular high pressure and they are packed. And again, when you put them in water, they become like fresh strawberries. So this technology has come up slowly and gradually. I'm just going to put that little packet in my purse and go out. Instead of carrying 5 kgs of strawberries, kharab kab honge, phek dene padenge, why will I take that risk? So again, artificial intelligence technology is continuously be there in your business. As an entrepreneur, what is the first thing is, I have to continuously monitor what is happening in the world of artificial intelligence, which will hamper human life, human mind, human businesses. So adaptability is not only always linked to adversity. Many times you have to make positive changes. Always it won't be bad. There are so many examples. Now all the, you know, for example, in this pandemic, the hotels were closed, but suddenly the second option was there, home delivery, correct? So every change will have some solution and something will come up and the business will go on, the life will go on. I'm not reading the chat, okay? You can collect your questions and at the end I will answer. And even your suggestions, they are welcome. Can we go ahead? Ravi? Yes. Resilience, the ability to recover readily from adversity. Here, resilience comes in with adaptability. How to come up from those problems. There is the resilience. Bouncing back, how we cope up with adversity on an, my battery is running low. Okay. So bouncing back, how we cope up with the adversity on an emotional and psychological levels. Very, very important. Nothing will disturb you but your mind. And everything, whatever you do, your knowledge, your adaptability, your tuning, your attitude, your gratitude. You know, in Manache Shlok Dasbodh, Ramdas Swami has written, Mana twachile purva sanchita kele, taya sarike bhogane prapta jhale. Whatever you do will reflect again in your future. As that in that story also we learned that if you forget stage 1, stage 2, how will you utilize stage 3 in life? So remember, everything what you have learned, every experience you have had will definitely help you. The resilience will be created and you will bounce back and you will face the adversity. Right now, we are not aware whether this year also engineering students or MBA students, when they are going to come to college, what type of businesses we can suggest. So now, along with that, along with every business, we have to train ourselves that I may not see my client. So emotionally getting attached will have to be through messages, through WhatsApp, through Instagram, God knows what all. With all the risk, remember when you are on these social medias, be ready for the trolling also. But 90% good and 1% bad. Don't let yourself psychologically down. Many times women gets really horribly down when she takes some negative trolling coming up on her post or on her Facebook. Friends, it's a nature. Some people are going to be there who will criticize. Out of 100, 60 will say good and 40 will say bad. So psychologically and emotionally also you got to be strong. And again, I'll here remind you, be scientific, be logical, be rational. We all have learned science. If somebody is criticizing you, find out what are the reason why he must have said this, she must have said this. Am I doing something which is to be, a trolling has to be done? If the answer is positive, don't bother for it. Don't depress yourself. Psychologically, mentally, and emotionally, a woman has to be very strong. And you will be when you develop that attitude of thinking logically and rationally. Just because mama said something, neighbor said something, granny said something, no way. I know what I'm doing and I can do it, and for the best of the results. Please go ahead. Can we go ahead, Ravi? Change is the only constant. If there is one thing that is certain, that we should be able to cope up with change in life, and sometimes it can be difficult. Here, the resilience comes in with the adaptability. They are closely linked, as we have already discussed, that anything and everything is going to change in coming future. Right from the type of food we are eating, because now initially we used to get the milk and we used to boil, but now we have Tetra Packs, which we can store for a month in our storage, and once we open, 3 days in the refrigerator. Change. Food habits changed. In future, very soon, if many of us, if you remember in our childhood, we used to see Star Trek, and in the space they used to have food tablets. They used to not sit and have food, correct? So that is a change. So technology and artificial intelligence continuously will get the change. Remember, all these things, why I'm again and again speaking, is preparing yourself to become an entrepreneur. All these attitudes, aptitudes, adaptability has to be developed. Please go ahead. I'll just run quickly now. Ravi ji, आगे बढ़ाइए. Returning to the original formal position, not only for the business, but also for the entire life, resilience with the skill of adaptability is very important. Check how resilient and adaptable you are with self-analysis and learn all the soft skills. Again and again, I'm saying, friends, to become a best entrepreneur, along with your product knowledge, your life skills are very, very important. They will help you anywhere and everywhere you go in life. It is very important. Ask yourself again and again. So there are one more few things, women, when you are training your students, especially a woman entrepreneur, I would suggest that you remind her that nature has given her an ability to develop one more quality individual. So within no time, you people will get settled in life, you will get married, but you must give birth to a quality race. It is very important that highly qualified people like you, business people like you, should give birth to a healthy child. because I've observed, I am taking this opportunity as all the national faculties are here. It is very important for our generation to motivate the next generation to go ahead to have babies and quality race, because they can become quality parents only, and then only a quality race will come up. So that is one thing, while we are nurturing the right work-life balance along with the social responsibility is very, very important. And I would like to conclude with a suggestion that improve your own value. If you improve your value, the money will follow. You don't have to adjust. You don't, second quality what we have to develop as an entrepreneur, we don't have to show off. I did this, I did that. People don't like it, right? We have to work on it ourselves. ऐसे कहते हैं कि प्रभावित नहीं प्रेरित करो. Don't impress people, motivate people, whoever is around you. Teach them good habits, teach them, develop good taste in them, right? You have to, don't have to impress, you have to motivate them to go ahead in life. Then you are ready to pay the price. This is very important as an entrepreneur. To get any good service, it is very important that we pay the experts, hire the right intelligence, and don't say that he is my chacha and why is he charging me, she is my mama, he is my mama and why is he charging me. No, it is their profession, so it is very important. We pay people, we hire right consultants, and the attitude has to be developed. So friends, yes, can we go ahead? Be a woman entrepreneur, live life queen size. My dear friends, I wish you a tons and tons of happiness and success. Believe me, this attitude, healthy attitude, emotional health, psychological health, and be physically fit, all this will make you a wonderful woman entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, there are 2-3 questions in the chat box.
Yes.
Can we take, ma'am?
Yes, I'll be happy if they put their videos on. Who has asked it? That will be more fun.
Yeah. There is one question. Could you please shed light on some special characteristics which are important for a woman entrepreneurs?
Do you think some are left after discussing for 2 hours? What do you expect out of special
characteristics?
Characteristics, yes. One, you have to be very assertive. Do not take anything which is not required. Be very assertive, but at the same time, be very polite, because you need not get angry and shout and create a scene out of it. Remember, a woman has the ability to present herself very sweetly. She has that inbuilt nature. है ना, प्यार से समझाने वाले सभी को अच्छे लगते हैं. That is one character you must develop. Whatever you want, be very assertive and present it very politely. If you don't, no means no. That strong ability you should develop in you. If you don't want particular thing to happen, you should have that courage to say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do this. I think many of you must have seen, I remember the movie Pink. Amitabh Bachchan's a big lecture is there, how a woman should be. So that quality will help you, because if you are doing business internationally, you will have varied people coming across you. So the ability to be strong, and anybody says anything, before believing it, analyze it rationally and scientifically.
Yes, ma'am. There is one more question, ma'am. Women entrepreneurs are not decision makers in most of the rural areas of Assam. This hampers to startup. So how can be avoided this scenario?
Again, the right, as I said in the beginning, being a gender bias. So there you in Assam, I really had an opportunity to visit Assam and Arunachal in 2 months ago. And the situation there is really bad. The woman entrepreneur is there and the male dominance is there. So again, Samaj Prabodhan, educating the society is one way. And I think the moment there are economical problems, barriers, first thing is we have to train those women. We have to take camps. We have to go and all these social medias, you can't take them on Zoom or something. You have to go in those regions, sit there, train those women. You can, because they are not there on the mobile also. The poverty is so much there with the women. She just wears one sari and do the whole day work in the farms and raising children. So unless and until you reach there, you sit there, you talk to them, things won't change. It will take years and years to change. Only economical problems will help, because if we tell those men there, the gender biasness is on a very big rate there. So you have to tell those people, you have to explain them how women going ahead is not going to be a problem, how your woman is going to be safe. All this training is very important. Then I think somewhere, I think government has a lot of plans. Right now, Honorable Mantriji, Mr. Gadkari, he has developed entire north region with lovely roads. So the transportation is going really high, and slowly and gradually with the internet and with the transportation, the situations will change. There is a positive change happening in those regions also, and the women's standards will also go up. I'm really happy somebody concerned about that region. Good.
Ma'am, one more question is there. Like, women are born multitasking by birth, but often she fails to realize that unless someone explains to her. Why so?
Very true. Actually, the cultural background what the woman has came up with, right from childhood, now the things are slowly changing. Even the men will be growing multifaceted. Let me remind you of that, my dear friends. Because now, especially in this pandemic, we have trained our brothers and our sons also to work, to cook, to do everything. So the need will make them realize. Now, see, in many families, the only daughter, she was pampered initially, that I have a servant to cook, I have a servant to clean, I have a servant to do this. So there was nothing that she had to do. But this lockdown told them, no, my dear friend, there will be a time where you'll have to learn all the skills to feed yourself and to keep yourself in a hygienic situation. So I think every situation will make this women realize that, yes, you are multifaceted and you can do it. I think it is a condition around and the need. You all are learning Maslow's need and Maslow's hierarchy. So the Maslow's hierarchy is a great example. How you, like, one need is over, the second, the third. So to reach the self-actualization, you will have to go through all this process. And every time you cross one level, you realize, oh, I have this tact, I have this talent, I have this attitude in me. And the woman gets successful. Woman is very adaptive. She learns it very quickly and goes ahead in life.
Yes, ma'am. Can we take last question, ma'am?
Sure.
Ma'am, you have a lot of experience in the era of women entrepreneurship. So which typical factors you have observed in a successful woman entrepreneurs?
In a successful woman entrepreneur? Or you want to ask
successful entrepreneur, successful.
Okay. Successful entrepreneur, same things. See, one thing as an entrepreneur, you have to remember, you have to be a jack of everything. So nobody fools you. If you want to get into a business, you must understand your basic accounts. You must know what your accountant is doing. You must know the legal aspects of your business, that which type of business you're doing. Are you a proprietor? Are you a private limited company? Do you want to go ahead with a public limited company? So legal aspects also you have to learn. So the owner of a particular company must understand what business she is doing. For example, I was doing Elixir Academy for Self-Development, where we had, right from English courses to personality development courses. So in that, I started my journey because nobody believed in me. That people used to say, ऐसे classes लगा के थोड़ी ना किसी की personality develop होती है, थोड़ी ना लोग अंग्रेजी बात करेंगे. But I had a confidence in me. So somebody with a great effort gave me one small little classroom, which was initially filled with all, प्याज एंड आलू वो होटल की ऊपर वाली रूम थी जो खाली पड़ी थी. So one of my friend, he said, अच्छा मैम यूज कर लो अगर आपको लगता ही है, अगर हो सके तो किराया दे देना. ऐसे उसने एहसान मुझ पे जताया और मेरा बिजनेस शुरू हो गया. So I used to open the door, clean the room, झाड़ू पोछा करो, then again make myself smart, sit as a counselor. Whoever walks in, do the training, do the counseling of the courses to them. When it was a batch time, I used to stand up, do the training, teach candidates. And believe me, my dear friends, my first batch of 15 gave me further 60 students. Each student got me further 5 students. So I think every successful entrepreneur knows what every little thing about her or his business. Whatever role, I'm a leader, so I know what my counselor should talk. You know, even at home, we see why the mothers are so efficient. Even if she is in London, like if my child calls me, if I'm in US and child calls me from India, Mama, where is this? Mama tells him, open the wardrobe, go down drawer, open the right one, in the corner, you will get a particular thing. Same way the entrepreneur is aware in her business what is happening where. She has a control, you know, her brain works like an octopus, multiple tentacles. हर जगह क्या चल रहा है, हर चीज पे उसका ध्यान होता है. Who is talking, who is working, who is like this. So keeping an account of every activity happening in and out in her business, I think all those are successful entrepreneurs. And women is.
Yeah, any other question from the participants? Yes, ma'am, lot of...
Thank you, Jayashree ma'am. Thanks a lot for such a wonderful session. I always knew you would be giving like something out of box for everyone to think on. Really, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be happy to know the feedbacks. So
sure, ma'am, we'll share with you. We take feedback after every session. So once it's there, we do the entire thing and I will share with you.
Right. And I'm always open.
In addition to that, you can have a look in the chat box.
And there are
yes,
I will. For you.
Yeah.
I will. There are a lot of chats have come up. I will. Why don't you read for me some good ones, which you like?
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Just I will read it. Wonderful session filled with positivity. Thank you so much, ma'am. Nice coverage and content delivery.
Thank you.
Yeah, extremely helpful.
Very
informative session. You spoke wonderfully, ma'am. You are a great orator.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lot of personal experience made our day.
That is, Meghna had told me, ma'am, please share your personal experiences.
Yeah.
So that helped me. Yes. Thank you.
So, sir,
namaskar. Pandey sir, namaskar. Yes, Vishalji, was it okay for men also?
Absolutely, ma'am. Wonderful. Thanks a lot.
Welcome.
If appreciation comes from the other side, it always feels good.
Very well said, Meghna. That's why I'm continuously behind him. Chaliye bataiye.
And Vishal sir is always the one who appreciates, really.
Right.
Always the encouraging one.
I saw it from the first session. So I said, see, you should. I liked it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
She deserves a big compliment.
Yes, she does. And I appreciate Meghna ma'am for selecting right people. Good delegation.
No, I'm blessed with the best team.
Good. Very good. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you
for this.
Thank you all, everyone,
for
being part of today's session.
Yeah. Bye.
Dear participants, with this, today we conclude the session for the today. Thank you all of you for your enthusiastic participation in this FDP. Let's meet tomorrow at 10:30 with the same link. Tomorrow morning, there is one change. We are starting with the first session on the role of creativity in nurturing the entrepreneurship.
Which was much more demanded by everyone. Like yesterday, we were seeing and everyone was like, why don't we have a session on that? So we have arranged that session for all the participants.
Yes, role of design thinking.
In mind.
Yes, role of design thinking in nurturing entrepreneurship. So tomorrow we will start with that session and 10 at 10:30 on the same link. So let's meet tomorrow. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Who is the speaker for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, first sessions, the speaker is Professor Gurav, Dean from Shivaji University, Kolhapur.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll try and attend maximum sessions. It's always nice to learn from everybody.
Yeah, ma'am. We'll share the schedule and the particular agenda with you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. Thank